I'd like to pose a question. A thought exercise, if you will. How does one, while building a fantasy story, crafting a world for it, how does one add gnomes in and take them seriously? Because I've been considering this since I had a conversation with a friend, an acquaintance, a peer recently about the seriosity of my world, my D&D game, and I've been instructed to loosen the reins on the seriosity. Apparently, what people want is the D&D movie. I think people want the Lord of the Rings. And I think that the Lord of the Rings was funny and wasn't overly serious at times, done well. I think that Gimli bantering with Legolas was levity. I think that Gimli being tossed across the gap and having a little bit of shame about it, or not wanting to go into the mountain, was levity. I think that the hobbits and their obsession with breakfast and their delight when they found the food stores of Isengard was levity. I don't think we have to go into the realm of absurdity. And I fear that gnomes in their current form, and for the current audience of people who like gnomes in fantasy, who demand gnomes in fantasy. These are not people that want to be cozy hobbits and live in hobbit holes. These are people who want the gnomes. They want the World of Warcraft, the D&D, the little tinker, gremlin, whatever. I don't know if there's a way to do it, to be honest. I think you have to make them different in some way. I don't think they can just be shortkin. I think they have to be different. They have to be small and short in stature, but that has to mean something. Like, for example, I think that a good example of shortkin, and something that I plan on putting in Eldara, is not gonna fit into D&D rules. I plan on adding a shortkin that is very similar to like the size and scale of like Babu Frick from Star Wars, and he's only about like that big. He's less than a foot tall, and I think that's cool to have little kind of characters like that. But obviously you can't play one. But the question is, if you add something to your D&D game, must you be able to make rules for play? And I think that's the worst thing that you can do for a fantasy world, is to have to figure out, well, I gotta figure this out, I gotta do that, I gotta whatever, so that you can play them in D&D. I think that something along the lines of the way we used to do it in D&D might be necessary, where it's like, yeah, you can be one of these dudes, but your max strength is 6. That's the max you can roll for strength, is 6. That's it. You get maybe some crazy like charisma modifier because you're like naturally, you're like a sprite type thing. You're naturally in tune with some sort of like magical force or whatever. The aura, the arcane, the fell, whatever magical fucking thing you want to do. But I don't know. What do you guys think? Make gnomes one of the racial variants of goblins, which are also supposed to be fae. Are goblins gonna make it to Eldara? I don't know. Maybe a goblinoid. I've thought about goblinoids, but the problem with goblins, I think, is that people want them to be good. I think that I like the idea of goblinoid creatures being somewhat feral, but people don't like that for some reason. I don't know. You can't unless the gnomes are very serious. The Order of Gnomish Assassins is not an organization to be messed with. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if there's a way to do it or not, but I've been thinking about that. Baby Yoda style. Yeah, no mecha pilots. Well, there isn't going to be mecha in that sense in Eldar, at least not the way that I can envision it, but maybe there's a way to do it that I haven't considered. You will instantly have gnome astral knights, and I think you need to work backwards from there. Make the only short race Crumpkin. Yeah, for real. Like, God, who could be an astral knight?
The only prerequisite for goblinoids are that they're drawn thick with 3 C's.
No, why, Viddy? What the fuck? What kind of Reddits you been on, bro? What do you mean goblinoids that are thick? Wait, Viddy, are you okay? Do we need to have an intervention? Do we need to, dude? Holy shit. Okay. listen, man, I don't know about that. Maybe I'm missing something. How you doing, Vinny? Thanks for the bits, bro. I don't know. I want to take gnomes seriously, but I don't know how to. And I don't think you can in the sense of like D&D rules, right? But I thought about it. There's going to be 2 D&D races that aren't going to have mechanics or rules for how to play them. And that is going to be the short folk, which I don't have a name for, and another group called the Sornok. And the Sornok are going to be very large, very lumbering giant creatures that wouldn't fit into D&D. They're intelligent and sentient and all that kind of stuff that builds them into a functioning society like any other fantasy race would, but they're too big. You can't play them in D&D. There's no rules for them. It'd be weird. I don't know. And honestly, I feel like Astral Knights really should only be a certain variety of people. They should have sort of fulfill a role of sort of that knightly, whatever, general size human. I don't think that you could have a short folk like a Starry Knight that would be, I don't know how that would work. Depends on how short the shortkin are. Because if anyone would be a candidate for a knightly martial fighting class, it would be an Astral Knight. So you could, in theory, have small Astral Knights. You know, we just have to find some sort of a shortkin. You know what a great example of a shortkin that works well? Yoda. Yoda's race. If we're talking about short, whatever, knights, I think of Yoda. I think that works because my supposition is that you can't have gnomes be human representing, right? You can't have just short humans, because either you have to scale them down in the way that you would scale down a halfling, where it's just everything smaller, the proportions are just all smaller, they're 3 foot tall, and you're like, okay, that's weird, but okay, sick, let's go, bro. Or you have to scale them down with sort of the enlarged proportions that you see in like World of Warcraft gnomes or like whatever, you know. And I don't know the way to do that, because you either make them look like sort of dwarfish. I mean, dwarfish is in the human condition dwarfish, and I don't really want to take away from there being the existence of human dwarfs. I think that's functional and reasonable and whatever. It doesn't, you know. Or you scale them down like Final Fantasy does and make them childlike. I think that if you make them childlike, you have to make them inherently magical in some way to kind of take away. But I think something like the Asura from Guild Wars, or Yoda's race and species from Star Wars, I think those do well. So I think you'd have to, if you have a shortkin, you have a short folk, you have to make them look more alien. You have to make them look more alien, more something. Maybe we'll do some concept art for that, because I have sort of an idea for how to do it a little bit that I've been sort of teetering around in my head, that would feel sort of like fae-like, kind of fairy-like, almost insectoid, but not in a way that it like sort of not the grungy part of insectoid races, but just like maybe like the sort of the butterfly eyes, things like that. Like there are things you could do, I think, but then again, they'd be inherently magical, so that's sort of satisfying that problem again. I don't know. I've been well. Good to see you and good to be here. I missed you, bro. I missed you. I still think shuffle the gnome under the rug, make short a variant anyone can apply to any race that puts them closer to 4 foot, and not like that 2'3" gnomes can be, and just let people play short elves and call them gnomes. It works fine in Lord of the Rings. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's a good way of doing it. That's like one of those, like, I don't know. How does that occur? And then how do proportions work? And how does, man, that's complicated. I feel like that's a good, that answers a bunch of questions, but I feel like it also creates a lot of complications that I don't know how to navigate. I don't know. World building's tough. I gotta figure it out, because we gotta fix some shit, man. We gotta get our game going, man. What's up, Echo? Kind of find it funny, the Legends Jawa Jedi. Oh yeah, there are Jawas too, I suppose. But like, I like Jawas. I think they're great additions. Like it's fun to have a little gremlinoid sort of like culture or whatever. You know, I think that the big problem that a lot of people have had with D&D rules making mechanics for things is that like the idea of Lord of the Rings, like orcs are evil. It's like it's an evil society. And I think it's fine to have that. And it's like, in general, is every orc bad? Sure, whatever. Does that take away their agency to be good? No, but cultures are powerful. You get born and whatever and raised in a culture where your entire existence is to purge the world of the stink of man flesh. Yeah, it can happen. You know, I think that's an interesting story to sort of handle, but people don't like that in old D&D. The idea that like if you were playing a half orc, you had to be an evil alignment. I think they did away with that in 3.5 or 3rd edition or whatever. I don't remember. I don't remember my D&D history all that well, but I find that people take exception to generalities for some reason, you know, because I think it sort of diminishes the unique circumstances of the exception, which I don't think it does. I think if you say like, oh yeah, in my world, goblins are generally evil little creatures, it doesn't take away from the possibility of not the brave, you know, for instance. But maybe that's just an old school way of doing it. But I think it's a nice way of packaging certain ideas and certain sort of mythological concepts into easy to understand and digest world building concepts. But again, maybe I'm missing something, and I'm willing to be lacking information in that regard. Cross between Kermit and Yoda, even ET, something like that, some kind of more alien or whatever. I'm short, none of my proportions work. Well, there's that, I guess. There are, like, I have a friend who is, she is 4 foot, what is she? She's like 4'9", I think, or 4'8" or 4'9", somewhere. She's not 4'10". I know that she's not 4'10", because she always says she's 4'10", but she's not 4'10". And I went to art school with her, and I remember we would talk about D&D and stuff. And she'd always talk about how like playing the shortkin in whatever, we used a different word back then, but playing the short folk or the shortkin in any game made her feel like she was sort of a part of the world. So I recognize there's a necessity for it, which is why I kind of like the idea, Ash's idea of making it available to anyone. But then again, how do you make art and how do you design them? Do you sort of proportion them down so they're just smaller versions like hobbits? Do you proportion them down sort of the same way gnomes do with kind of the idea of dwarfism? Do you... I don't know how you're supposed to shrink them then, you know? Rather than over-centralizing, here's an entire short species, just each species has a larger range of height than IRL has. I have a Final Fantasy 14 mod that doubles height ranges. Really? So you can wait, how tall are Viera in your game? What's up, Nick? We're chilling, bro. Not like culture to player identifying the races don't fit in or view with nuance. Half races are fantastic for this since they don't really fit in either. Wait, I'm confused. Players identifying races that don't fit in are viewed with, or are viewed with nuance. Half races are fantastic. Yeah, you know, I don't think like, you know what I never understood. I never understood the idea of people having a problem with like what edition. I'm just using half orcs for example here. What edition was it where half orcs were criticized heavily for being like evil aligned? I think it was 3rd or 2nd or something. I'm hesitant to say it was 3rd or 3.5. I don't think that they had alignment race things like that in 3.5 and 3rd. I think it was 2nd. But the point is, I never viewed that as like, I opened the book and I'm like, oh, I want to be a cool half orc. Like they're so wicked and cool and whatever. I want to be like a half orc, like paragon of good and a paladin. And then someone points to it and says, oh, sorry, Evan, they're actually listed as aligned evil. So you can be neutral evil, chaotic evil, or a lawful evil, but you have to be a bad guy. And I'm supposed to go like, oh, phooey. Well, there goes my D&D story because the words on the page said that I had to be evil. Well, shucks. Dang it. Those words are binding contracts for D&D players, and I can't be an exception to it. Like, who the fuck cares about that? Who needs Wizards' permission to play something different than the way they fucking write it down? Like, I never understood that. I don't want to be offensive, but like, I'm going to use an offensive word here, and I want you guys to know that it's because I have a lacking of a more nuanced word. So if you can help me find a less antagonistic, nuanced word, I appreciate that. But the cowardice of people, the spineless compliance to the way Wizards writes their rules for something. I never just understood that. The idea that like you have to play the game a certain way because it's in the rules or whatever. It's like there are mechanical rules, things like movement and attack damage and d20s and shit like that I think are necessary for the game. But like sort of this more like kind of world building player vibe type things. Like if you want to be a fucking, you know, if the height range of humans in the book is listed as you know, 4'9" to 6'2", but you want to play a 6'8" human, it's like you can't do that. Like I don't know, it's just weird to me. But maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I'm missing some concept here that people are really attached to with D&D that I just never understood well enough or something in all my time. By default, minimum height higher, taller than max height Miko 10. I found it stupid. Wait, why'd you find it stupid? Minimum height Viera are taller than max height here. Well, I think that's kind of interesting. Because like the rabbit folk are supposed to be like all short and like small and like whatever, but in Final Fantasy they're like huge. I think that's interesting. I don't know. What's the problem with that? Like I agree, it's like I have my own opinion on why that's silly, but I'm curious as to why that's sort of just generally assumed, where you're like, well, of course that's silly. I'm like, well, why are we agreeing here that it's silly? Cut off the legs of the knees, problem solved. That doesn't help, Blaze. It doesn't help with the concept art. I can't have all of them just crock the knees. Legs are overrated. Well, I do have a variant of the Azael Eileen that are Eileen that sorry. I have a variant of the Azael Eileen that are that have like Ursula style, Ajara style, like tentacle legs instead of one like flipper or whatever. So what, we're just cutting their heads off instead? Yeah, there you go. Culture, I think they'd be very reclusive, or at least not abundant in bigger societies. They'd be full of anxiety about being stepped on, like my little dog. He scares around and makes sure he's always at least 2 to 3 feet away from everyone. That's a great, satisfying, you know, survival mechanism that your dog has. I wish Yuna had it. I am constantly turning around and fucking kicking her, especially when I'm in the kitchen. She'll just be there right behind me. So I'm always like walking very carefully in the house when I'm cooking, because I always know that at least once in that like half-hour process I'm gonna run into Yuna, and I try and do it as gently as possible. So it's probably related to anxiety or following authority that stops people from being open to sway away from the rules. You think? I think that's all it is. I don't know. You might be right about that. I certainly don't have a good insight as to why it happens. So legs are underrated. Yeah, I agree, dude. I wish I had more of them. What's up? We said Mita. It's out. It's on Kindle. Congratulations, dude. What's it called? I'm gonna go look at it. I'm gonna go download it. What's it called? I'm gonna need a new book to read after I finish my my stack of. I have about 3 books on my nightside drawer that I read before bed. So I'm gonna need something after that. I'm running low right now. Sure, it helps with art. You just don't draw anything below the knees. But then I'm drawing like chibi Genshin characters, and you know what happens when I draw chibi Genshin characters? I get canceled by Honkai Star Rail players. They're like, you're drawing the wrong gacha game, Evan. Me, I'm a tall Mukute, the tallest in the land. Stacy, who drank 8 gallons of caffeine a day since she was 7, who is 4'7", short kitty. Yeah. Okay. So you just want to be tall. You just want the option to be a taller Mikote. But where does that end? Would you want to be as tall as a Viera, or do you just want to be as tall as a human? Does it end at I want to be at least within the proportions of human characters of the here or whatever? The higher, I don't know how hard you pronounce the Y. Is it higher or here? I never actually heard anyone pronounce that word. But regardless, the humans in Final Fantasy, is it like, well, I just want to at least be of that proportionality, and that's fine. I don't need to be a Highlander because they're taller. I don't need to be a Viera or an Elysian. They're all taller, but I just want to at least be human. Or do you want to go be able to be a Mikote that's all the way up to sort of the, I don't know who's taller, Viera or Elysian or Rogadan. Rogadan don't count. They're all fat. Kidding, Jesus, man. It must link to general, post it in stream topics. Yeah, throw it in stream topics, bro. If one of those books in the stack is not by Sanderson, be prepared for a flood of Sanderson recommendations. No, none of them are by Sanderson, actually. My Sanderson book I have 2 of them, and they are on my Audible. Because they'll make good the self-promo rule. Oh, well, yeah, just post the name of it. Don't post an actual link to it. Yeah. That's I can't start allowing links to shit, unfortunately. In the Discord, or else it just gets fucking disease, and people are like, why'd you let him post a link but you didn't let me post a link? So yeah, just throw the name in there. I will. It's already posted. Okay, whatever I'll figure it out. It's fine. I'll take a look at it, bro. Congratulations on the release. That's fucking awesome. No, one of my my Sanderson books are they are unfortunately on my Audible, because I don't think I could sit through reading them before bed. Right, I need to, narrative books like that are really chunky and hard to read, like Way of Kings. I think I need to listen to it whilst I'm exercising in the gym. I listened to I'm finishing a series of 40k books right now, the Vaults of Terra, and And what am I on? Hollow Throne? No, Hollow Mountain? Dark City? I forget, whatever. But anyway, I like it because I like to listen to an audiobook while I'm climbing a fucking mountain on the treadmill. Helps me take my mind off how much I hate getting my 10K steps in. But I got 7,800 steps in before stream, and my goal is 10K every day. So that's good shit. But before bed, I tend to try and read things that are more like textbooky, nonfiction, information stuff. But I kind of want to start reading like a story. I did get a book. I bought a book. I don't know. I haven't talked about it on stream actually. I don't remember the name of it. Maybe somebody's read it. Hold on. Well, let me grab it. So, I was in the bookstore a while ago. It's actually on my birthday. Ella demanded that I buy some stuff for my birthday when we went out, and so I bought myself a book, and I bought this. Apparently, it came highly recommended by a lot of people. So, Anthony Ryan, this series is apparently really good. I don't know. Does anybody have any experience with it? Is this actually good? Because it looked cool. I don't know. It's a nice big blocky book that I can read, that I can hold or whatever with my, that I'm not worried about destroying the book. I don't want to read hardcovers because I want to destroy the book. I want to destroy the book, and then once I'm finished reading the book, I'm gonna get rid of the book. Like, there's little in my community, there's a couple of people that have little like neighborhood like book things that they have like by their front door or whatever, where you can like go withdraw and whatever. It's a cool little community thing the kids started. And I'll just deposit my books into those things. But I do not want to hold on unless the book changes my like the anatomy of my brain. I don't want to own it because I don't have space for all this bullshit. So once I finish my current books, I'm donating them. This one will be no different. But apparently it's really good. Apparently it's one of the biggest fantasy series that's not smut. Because dude, when I was fucking reading through fantasy novels at Indigo, the amount of smut in fantasy was out of control. It was like every other book. And I really didn't want to, like, I don't want to make this a generalization, but I was looking at it and I was like reading the book, and Ella was just like, who's the author? And I was like, some chick's name or whatever. She's like, oh, it's gonna be smut. And I'm like, why? She's like, because all the fantasy books we've picked up, Evan, the smut are all written by women. I'm like, no, that's a generalization. That's not. Oh, okay. Well, you got lucky this time. She's like, see? So but no, I was looking through it. I couldn't find any non-smut. But I found this and basically Sanderson that was not overtly fucking smut, which I just don't have the stomach to read because I'm not a disinterested, romantically starved 47-year-old that hasn't been satisfied with their marriage since they were 23. So I don't need to read smut. I'm just not a fan of that shit. But yeah, so I got this. Apparently it's really good. It's like kind of edgy though, like Guapo said, but it's like, I don't know. Hope people like it. Hope it's good for me anyway. Been doing 10K steps a day outside of work since doing it last year. Really? That's awesome, bro. I stopped doing it through the winter, and I picked it up in May, and I haven't missed a single day since May. It's May 1st. So I refuse to. I want height to matter. The height by default is such that no race can compete with other races. Miqo'te height only matters to other Miqo'te. Viera height only matters to other Viera. I want a short orc to be shorter than a tall human, because if someone wants to play a short orc and is still taller than everyone other party member, they're actually getting that short feel. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know. There's like on the extremes, I think that it still matters. Like there will the shortest Sornok will still be 7 feet tall. The Sornok height range is like 7 through 9 feet tall, but they're like kind of hunched over, like kind of cool dudes or whatever, right? I don't know how to do it. Little mailbox library, I'd love those, browsing those, stocking them. Yeah, I'll donate to them, but you couldn't pay me to read somebody else's book. I never want to pick up and touch somebody's fucking used, disgusting book. It must be new. I'll tolerate it being browsed through at Indigo, but I prefer buying them off of Amazon where nobody's touched them. But I wouldn't. I think those little like library mailbox things are cute, but you would not catch me dead like withdrawing from them. I couldn't do it. The like cleanliness side of it, I just wouldn't be able to. I'd be distracted. I'd be bothered. I love thick heavy books that are far deadlier when thrown, you know, like this. I mean, how many pages is this? This is the general story here. It's like about what? I mean, about 550 page book. All right, we'll see. I got Ella Dune for Christmas, and she's been reading that. So my favorite genres has always been modern fantasy. The past 10 years have been painful. Everyone has gotten super smutty lately. Ever since 50 Shades, I think, is why I like the October Day series so much. It stays in the sexy but not smutty line. I don't want any of that. I don't even want a sexy book. I don't want a smutty book. I don't want a sexy book. I don't want anything. I don't want any. I think personally that gratuity is low-hanging fruit. Gratuity in violence, gratuity in language, gratuity in sexuality. I think it's all low-hanging fruit. It's easy, it's tempting, and it lowers the overall quality of the work. I think. I really believe that. I think that honestly, the most powerful thing you can do is fade to black and make it count. I think the human imagination. Let's think about gratuitous horror. I don't think that if you're reading a book and you're not like visually stimulated by like a movie or something, there's probably no description of graphic horror that's better than the way that you could sort of conjure an image in your mind. Your imagination is so much more dangerous, and your imagination is also calibrated for yourself, so it'll be precisely as thrilling without being overbearing as your imagination will allow for, right? Which I think is a really interesting tool. You know, so I don't want gratuitous violence and morbidly gory whatever and disgustingly horrific descriptions and depictions and then overly graphic, you know, love scenes and stuff. I don't need any of that. I don't do that in my D&D game. I don't do that in like sometimes you can sort of emphasize a little bit of like you can kind of like you can hit something with emphasis. You can be like you know, oh, and as the hammer blows through the night, you can hear their spine crack, like snapping or whatever, and you're like, ooh, like whatever. Like you can do that once in a while, but I think that in general, that kind of stuff is like it's low hanging fruit and it's lazy. You know, it's lazy, but that's my opinion. I know it's not a popular opinion, but I think it's still the right one. You know, denial. You think so, Eileen? Maybe. I don't know. No individual player has to obey every page in the book, but it creates an assumed default. If you want to be a good aligned orc, nothing stops you. But one player was playing an orc slayer in the DM's world of Lord of the Rings style orcs. It's going to suddenly clash against the default assumptions and can still be a good story, but it creates easily avoidable friction, especially for newer players. No, I think that stuff is good. I think that if the world has that kind of stuff built in, you want to play part of that like exception, then I think there's sort of a sign up for part of the story being interesting like that. It's kind of like how tiefling players, a lot of them like being outcasts, you know, and so the second you add a major tiefling society to your D&D game, there's a lot of players that kind of kick the rocks and like wander around and aren't edgy anymore. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think that it's fine to say like, yeah, the majority of the society of goblins, you're very rarely going to find a keenly noble-hearted goblin or something, whatever, you know. And then it's interesting when that character is different. But I just don't know the way to word it. I think people definitely hang on too much to the words of the book. But my point is, when one of those scenes naturally comes up, she writes it in a way that is sexy but doesn't turn it into smut. Over like 16 or 17 books, she only has like 1 or 2 actual scenes in it. That's interesting. I don't know. Yeah, I just still don't like that. I don't like it always just feels lazy, and it feels like it's insulting my intelligence, you know. But there's like a lot of people that like that kind of stuff in books. Like I know that I had a friend that was very excited when I was working at the game store. I had a friend that was very excited when Game of Thrones, like they were both. Sorry, I had 2 friends. One was the manager of the store. The other was another employee, and they were both big fans of George R.R. Martin. Actually, to the manager of the store, he had a Game of Thrones, like a Song of Fire and Ice or whatever the fucking book is called, wedding. before the series came out. This guy was like an OG, like legit, you know, fucking nerd. Like he was big into this. Him and his wife got married back in England before they came over to Canada with a Game of Thrones themed wedding or whatever. Before all this shit happened, the shit in the TV series. And then I had this other friend of the store who was also a fan previous to the series coming out on TV, and they liked it for very different reasons. It was so funny because they would like manager dude would talk about how he liked the political intrigue and like the backstabbing and whatever games and the historical basis of like English history and Lancasters and whatever and all this kind of stuff. And the other friend, she said she liked how hot the books were. And so it's like, all right, man, sure, like if that's what you're into, like I get it, you know. She said she loved the but like I never, why is my watch think I'm okay. My watch is like, do you wanna go for a walk? Do you want to work out? Like, no, I must have hit a button. But yeah, I never liked that kind of thing because I always feel like it was, I don't know. But then again, I know I'm the exception here because I also don't like pursuing romance in video games as well. Like I unironically, I didn't pursue a romance in Baldur's Gate 3 or like Mass Effect or any of those games that I played. I don't like it because I don't think it adds to the story. Like I have opinions that I don't think people agree with and that people get mad at me when I talk about it for like romance in video games. But I guess the sort of decent kind of diplomatic way I can word it is it's not for me. It's not for me. And I'm not, it doesn't make me uncomfortable. It's just I just get kind of, it's like, I don't know, it's just a little weird, you know? So the thing is that I don't like that in my books either. Like I'm fine with like I love romance stories. I love romance stories. But it's like the interactive romance story that you get in a video game that's supposed to like sort of be self-serving and indulgent to you as the player and less into the story of your character. Like that's boring to me. That's boring and like low hanging, you know. It's like emotionally pornographic or whatever. And then you get the same thing with gratuitous violence and stories and whatever. And it's like, I don't know. It just feels boring to me. So, but I again, I know I'm absolutely in the minority here. I just think that if you're going to write a really great story, that your romance needs to be something more along the lines of Aragorn and Arwen, or Faramir and Eowyn, or, you know, Han and Leia, than the smutty stuff that you read, you know, in the fantasy section of modern whatever. What's up, Fox? I'll go with the best goblins. I don't know if how I'm going to include goblins, if I am going to include goblins in Teleria. I don't know. You split. I think the core books should be agnostic of alignment, and the setting should project that. I agree. Yeah, no, it should be setting based. The core rules, nothing should be built into there. That's weird. But it should be setting, yeah, absolutely setting based, you know? If the DM says Lord of the Rings and I say I want to be an orc, that's a choice you make. I'm just not a fan of it by default. No. Okay, we're on the same page now. I see where you're coming from. Yeah, I agree with that. You know, the mechanics and the rules are agnostic, right? But the setting, I think, if you want to say, yeah, in my setting, all elves are bad, typically. Yeah, man. All elves come from a toxic, destructive culture of indulgence and whatever. Then, yeah, if you're an elf, you're from a evil society. It's like, okay, you know, that's fine for me. But you know, like I don't think there's anything like that really in Teleria that I've kind of identified. Because like, the way I'm approaching Teleria is I'm kind of approaching it in the way that like Final Fantasy approaches like race distribution amongst like the Elysian, the Rogadan. There are places that are where the elves or the humans or the whatever are from, but basically everyone's everywhere. The only thing that I don't really want to do is have like half I don't know, half races, like half elves and half humans and whatever. I think that it's easier because then you say like, okay, over 10,000 years, everyone's just like, everyone has horns, pointy ears, and is some shade of peach to you know, purple or whatever, because then everybody's has like elvish blood in them. And if you have like, okay, well, you had 10,000 years, but you still have elves and humans, then how do they stay divided? It raises kind of interesting like questions or whatever. And I think the easiest way to handle it is say there's kind of a dominant gene, like the dominant gene of the mother or whatever is whom the spawn is of. But that's like, no one cares about that kind of stuff. And it's just nerds on 4chan that care about those kind of conversations. So I don't know if it's really productive, but we talk about world building, so maybe it is productive. On the other side, I've seen a lot of devs who refuse to have romance in their games, Obsidian, and they come off lacking any sort of intimacy with the world and lore, so maybe there's something to it. They lack intimacy with the world. Do you think that romance is the required interface for intimacy with the world? Because I think that it's an interesting sort of thing to consider, like Persona. Persona games always had these really interesting social link systems that always had very, very compelling friendship gaining whatever systems in them, where you sort of become good friends and help somebody overcome a challenge or find something or develop or whatever, and you become very close and you sort of max out that social link. But only one of them, if any of them, had to be romantic. You could have all these characters and still have these maxed out social links and these maxed out sort of character stories, but none of them were romantic. And I think that's much where, like if you're saying that like they lack intimacy with the world, that kind of connection where you can connect with the characters on a deeper level and pursue that kind of connection and work towards building it, as opposed to just sort of happening to you as a player, I think that's a better way of doing it. That I don't think it's necessary to have the Baldur's Gate 3 style romances. I would have much rather seen a sort of social link style leveling up pathway to be a better friend to Astarion, rather than just approving of his stuff once in a while. You know? Like, give me the romance pursuit style gameplay and the cutscene evolution and those kind of events with Shadowheart without having to bang her. You know? So, putting orcs at +2 strength and orcs can save live 1 HP short rest sounds like the rules are they're also evil after that. Sounds to me like the equally credible rule. I just think that's misleading game design. Yeah, when was the last? That's the thing I said at the beginning of this. I don't actually remember do you remember when the last time they had that in as alignment? Because I don't think it was 3-5. I don't think it was 3rd even. Was it? It certainly wasn't 4th. There's no way it was 3rd though, right? Half furries? Yeah, no man. No, I think that as far as like my sort of like head canon, which is kind of canon but doesn't have to be canon because it's like you're playing the world however you want to, bro. My head canon of how like interspecies whatever relations works is there's just a dominant gene of the mother, and it's like, or whatever. So, you know, if you are romancing the Geminos in your game, you're gonna have little Geminos babies running around, you know. The DD forms have taught me anything. Everyone is some dragon somewhere in the family tree. I blame the bards. Fuck the bards, man. You're right about that. It's their fault. That's why I'm officially removing bards from Eldara. No. Honestly, there will be no singing bards in my setting. If you want to be a singing bard, you be the first. But do what you want. I feel like a lot of default assumptions is intimacy equals romance when there's familial intimacy, platonic intimacy that sometimes is stronger, more powerful than romantic intimacy can be. Yeah, I think that my favorite Persona 5 social link system was actually the one you get with, I forget his name, but you're like homeboy that was on the track team and got injured and is trying to like figure himself out and like heal through his sort of emotional damage that he had from the physical injury or whatever. I think that was the most compelling sort of social link story, and it wasn't romantic, you know. And I just don't like this sort of almost, you know what I'd almost say, the Baldur's Gate 3 better than most romance options in video games, but it almost still feels a little degenerate. I don't know, it's probably not the right word to use, but maybe it's my prudishness showing that, I don't know, I don't like to engage in that kind of like self-serving romantic story. But I know a lot of people do. Like, I understand that I'm the minority here and I sound quite condescending almost, people that enjoy that kind of stuff in video games, but I don't, it's not, for me, it's not, you know, get their clothes off any % speed run. So if you want some book recommendations right now, how about Urban Fantasy series? It came out in 2007. What is an urban fantasy? We're homebrewing a island temple today, Poke, as soon as we get through the intro. Not as a rule, but I find there's an interesting anecdotal correlation where lack of romance options also equals lack of connection. Okay, that's fair. There's something to that. Like, it is anecdotal, but there's probably something in there that you can sort of examine. I'd say someone who doesn't romance often. Yeah, I just can't not cringe when I'm, you know. Monster Manual 5e or 3rd or 3.5 had some harsh alignment rules across, but I don't remember specifics aside from Paladins. Interesting. I agree with being degenerate at times, glances at the bear and barn doors. Yeah, there is that. I mean, I think that the barn door thing was just funny. I think that part it's degenerate, but it was also just really funny. So I kind of don't really conclude that as part of the degeneracy. I more mean the player romancing whoever else or some shit. It's a fantasy set in modern times. Think like the movie Bright. Is it kind of like, so I don't know the movie Bright, but would you call the Dresden Files urban fantasy? Is that, or like Harry Potter, is that urban fantasy? It's a world that resembles ours in modern day. It has magic elements, usually hidden magic. Interesting. Like the anime Some Days Dreamers or something. No, I'm gonna reference the anime Some Days Dreamers, and not a single person is gonna know. So I don't know why I even said that. Bardo felt flawlessly D&D. Every table had some nonsense like that happen. Absolutely. Like there were certain things, I think if you're gonna lean into the absurdity of D&D, you do it cleverly the way Baldur's Gate 3 did. Like the gnome and like conveniently these things are very close together. I think Act 1 was very much like that. But like the barn doors and then the gnome on the windmill, like that was, to me, that was very D&D. That's actually, I think, my favorite clip from my stream ever is when I accidentally yeeted him. So wherever's maybe because folks tend to put more bones into creating the romance options if they're there. You get world building through it, but they're not there, as games tend to not be about knowing your characters. So you may not get that connection because it's not the point. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I haven't really, I've never really explored my opinions on this, because generally when I say I don't like romance in video games, I just get met with like jokingly, Evan's in denial, or like, oh, you're a prude or whatever, insecurity, like, I don't know. I've never been able to have a reasonable conversation about why I think it's bad, because, or not bad, just like not productive is the term. Dresden's urban, read a bazillion of them and stop when it got repetitive. Wait, for Dresden? Is it still going? Harry Potter's really close. The only thing that really stops Harry Potter is too separate from the modern world. Oh, because you have the wizarding world existing within the modern world. So would you say that maybe of the Harry Potter movies, Mita, would you say that the beginning movies where it's all like, we're going to Hogwarts and there's like magical forests and shit, is that less urban fantasy? And later in, when they're like riding through London and doing shit and like fighting people in fucking wherever, that's more urban fantasy? Susan talking about is called The Secrets of Immortal Nicholas Flamel. And the base premise is famous people in history are magicians, and a lot of them are still alive. I read it a long time ago, so don't remember fully, but I remember loving the series. That's interesting. That's kind of a cool way of doing it. I don't know. Exactly, urban fantasy always has that. I see. Okay. No, I feel like I'm not, like, urban fantasy wouldn't be my jam then. I feel like it really wouldn't be my jam, because I don't like superheroes, which you could kind of say in some ways urban science fiction. I'm sure that that's a terribly non-useful term or whatever. It doesn't exist or whatever. But I don't like the modern world. I'm not big on New York City. I'm not big on there's a lot of urban fantasy that you could say in the form of like JRPGs that are just like Tokyo, but you're like a ninja and you've got like fucking magic powers and shit, or anime. I am much more interested in, take me somewhere, take me to a different realm, take me to a world that's completely different and fantastic. Take me to Beyond Good and Evil. Take me to Lord of the Rings, take me somewhere where I'm going to be interested and compelled, and take me to Dominaria. I don't really care about the magical elements around us in the modern day. I don't think that's my jam as much as like learning about a new place entirely, but maybe I just haven't found the right one. Dresden was cool though. So there's that. I did like the show. I never really watched read the books, because I don't read a lot. If you guys hadn't figured that out, I only started reading more recently in my life. Definitely always have I still have a hard time reading. My mind, like my brain doesn't process what I'm reading. I skip around. I've been accused of having dyslexia, but I don't like, for me, it's one of those things where it's like, you get like a diagnosis for a problem and like, what's the solution? Well, you just have to try fucking harder. So it's like, what are you gonna do? Not read? I don't know. So it doesn't matter if I'm dyslexic or not or whatever, and I can't read properly. Like I do get like paragraphs longer than Soja, Eiley's, or Mita's in chat right now. I have a very difficult time reading. Right? When I get paragraphed and it's longer than 3 lines in addition to your name line, so 4 lines total, those paragraphs are hard for my brain to make sense of. Like certain like messages, I'm not shitting on you guys. I'm using an example of what my tolerance is for sort of my proposed or theoretical dyslexia is. Person who likes having romance options, I so much see, there it is, man. I so much wish they'd put the same level of detail into other relationships. I don't need 13 dating options, but dagnabbit, let me learn about the baker that used to be a mercenary. Yeah, I agree. That's why I like the Persona social links system. You know, because you could develop them out into romance options, but you didn't have to. You know, putting romance options in my game now. I joke, it's too much coding for me. What I want to learn. Yeah, that's a lot, dude. That's a lot. I don't know, Fox. I checked out wanting to romance people in my games. I myself don't enjoy romances because I don't connect with that. Some people who romance is a point of connection. For some, it feels make a world feel more grounded. Yeah, I have opinions on that I don't think are productive for my personal. Yeah, I don't know. Recommendations if you want to check, read Rosemary and Rue. It's the first book of the October Day book. Incorporates fairy lore into the modern world and is well-developed way. I feel like I've heard of October Day, you know, in other aspects. It's one of those things like, I feel like I wonder who's talked about it, but it's not the first time I've heard about it. Mortal Instruments and the Magical Magicians did a good job of the fantasy world is fantastical, but it's layered atop alongside beneath the world, kind of like the Feywild and D&D. That could get me into it. Yeah, that could definitely get me into it, I guess. Sounds like a great time for a little essaying. Yeah, wait, does the command not work? Wait, where is it? Oh, it's not on my full screen. I have to be in my main for essaying to work. Shit. No. It's only in one source. It's not on full screen for some reason. I can add it here. Hold on. Let me copy it. Full screen. Paste. Reference. Okay, it should work now. It should be available on full screen now, Blaze. I think you might benefit from various tools or techniques to help you work around it. There you go. There you go. Tools and techniques to work around. I don't know. Like, it's one of those things that, like, so like I have toxic opinions about neurodivergencies. Not really, but you know, I've always felt like I don't talk about my diagnoses or neurodivergencies because I think it's unproductive. I think there's too much conversation, too much rumination, too much complaining about it, and not enough figuring your shit out. I always believe in, and I'm not saying this is for anyone, I don't judge anyone for doing this, but for my own personal journey in life video, I always feel like for me, the object is the way. You know, the impediment of action is action, and what stands in the way becomes the way. So everyone has their own struggles, and for me, it's one of those things where it's like the bank doesn't care if I have an issue with like studying, for instance. If I don't get a good job and make enough money, they're still going to charge me the same interest on my credit card. So it's one of those things. It's like I could make my text bigger on stream elements than I did. You know, my text is pretty, I'm not sure how large it is. I don't think it's larger than normal, but like I wear glasses to slightly sharpen up the image a little bit. I don't really need to wear glasses, and I never do outside of being on my computer. It sharpens it up just a smidge. I have a very, very faint prescription in here. So there's things I do, you know, little things, but ultimately a lot of things that are like recommended seem too overbearing and not, like I'm not interested in it. Like I'm not going to change my life up to develop techniques and tools. I think that I've seen a lot of people power through their handicaps. Let's just use a not very good word for this, but let's say their struggles or whatever things that are making you are your challenges. I've seen more people power through them and succeed than I have trying to manage them and succeed. So I try and do the same thing whenever I have something that is like a non-normal behavioral, whatever, mental, something neurological, whatever it is. I just try and fucking work, like power through it, right? Because if I have some sort of thyroid issue that makes it hard for me to lose weight, is it impossible? No, it just means I have to work 5 times harder than, you know, my friend does. But it doesn't seem like a good excuse to not. And I feel like the problem is once you go down that rabbit hole, is trying to sort of accept your challenges in a way and work with your challenges, you sometimes fall into the trap of becoming your challenges. But that's the way I think about it. Again, I'm not making any judgments on how anyone else lives their life. If somebody wants to make that part of their identity the fact that they are an ADHD gamer, that's fine, bro. Like, have at her. You know, the one problem I have is when as I'm trying to instruct somebody and they give me their neurodivergency as an excuse why they can't do it. You know, I will not accept somebody telling when somebody says I want your honest help, with becoming a better artist, and I see, great, you must spend 2 hours a day doing these studies, and they say, I can't, I have ADHD. I say, somehow my wife has ADHD and she got her software engineering degree. So fucking figure it out. I don't care what you have to do. Become more clever than you think you are. And it's not an unsympathetic response. It's just not letting somebody use that as a reason to stop trying, which I think happens a lot. But again, that's for the way I sort of like approach things. I would never approach somebody uninvited with my opinions on those type of things. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I'm sure there are tools and techniques to manage it. I just think that it's easier to sort of try and power through it and get your brain to kind of learn how to manage without those crutches. But maybe I'm doing it wrong. I don't know. Showing real giant paragraphs. There's some amazing tools you can utilize, like breaking a paragraph into smaller chunks, using a highlighter marker on your screen to mark the parts you've already read. Reading slower, reading out loud, practicing more by reading longer and longer paragraphs, and playing one of the hit MMOs, Final Fantasy 14, now including Stormblood. Its free trial. The game, you mean the award-winning MMO? Because game is filled to the brim with story text to practice your reading limit, or reading at your 500 character limit. There you go. Actually, that's practice. You know, there it is, man. Now I don't know. I think I just had to keep powering through it. Like, I've gotten better since I started streaming. It's just sometimes it does. Ashley, you're a treasure. I hope you never change. Yeah, I don't know. There's probably ways to do it, but I'd rather just try and grit my teeth and force my way through it. I think that's more my style, my jam. But all right, let's get this fucking book out of here. I don't need the pariah. That didn't work. I didn't work. I tried to toss it on top of my bookshelf. That didn't work. And yeah, it's fine, right? That's fine. It's fine. It's a floor book now. But anyway, for the homebrewing shit, yeah, I don't know about a short folk, a short kin or whatever. I think that I want to do something along those lines. Before I do that, I need a fucking fan on me because it's actually warm today for the first time in I don't know how long. Oh, the nice thing is I haven't had to bust up the AC yet, so turn that shit on. It's going well, Thorkin. It is day 2 of our water restriction streams, so I am the filthening is commencing. It is my filthathon. Actually, that's what I'm gonna do, man. I'm gonna make a filthathon. So every sub will give me 1 more hour of not showering to help with Calgary and Rocky View areas water restrictions. So yep, that's right. We're currently on what? I don't know how many subs I've gotten in the last couple of days, but we're on something. The filthathon is commencing. And then every sub that Ella gets will then make me shower 1 hour earlier. So it'll be a battle of wits. We're gonna be holding Ella's happiness and comfort in this house hostage. But I'm doing it for a reason. It's a noble reason. I am protecting the the good people of Calgary, Alberta, so, and surrounding communities with my first annual filthathon. In which I'm gonna start playing World of Warcraft competitively again. Something about not showering that just makes you want to play League or Warcraft or whatever. But yeah, so the question really is that we were kind of talking about earlier is do you have things, and how much, and what is the metric mesh that you what is the lattice that you must pass through an idea before you decide that you mustn't build rules for it? Not needn't build rules for it, but mustn't build rules for it. So, for instance, the Sornok. The Sornok, big, tall, giant creatures lumbering around, doesn't work for D&D because the Sornok are big and bulky and more like walking blimps than an actual sort of playable, like there are no Sornok rogues. There is no such thing as a stealthy Sornok. They do not stealth. Biomechanically, they do not stealth. So you can't play a Sornok in your D&D game. I'm sure you could bastardize some rules out of it if you want to, because you're a clever little fuck. Like, whatever, go for it. I think that's funny. But I'm not going to write rules for it. The other thing is then, like, our tiny little Babu guys. Like, do I make rules for them for how to play a Babu? Or do you just open the door by saying, like, I'm sorry, I don't care if you play a 1 foot tall, tiny little gremlin monster dude. Your max strength is 6. And that is this, you'd be the strongest of your kind. Because I do think that, like, there are sort of two camps of nerds on the kind of the racial bonuses for, like, stats people have. Like, oh, you know, I want to be a gnome, but just, like, let me have 22 strength. It's like, whatever. And then other people who are like, I can't take it seriously if a gnome, if like a 2'5" gnome has as much strength as me, a Goliath barbarian. Like, I just can't take that seriously. And I get it. I sympathize with that. I also kind of don't care enough. So, like, I'm kind of on both. Like, I make both ends of that spectrum mad. So I simultaneously think it's dumb and don't canonically ever have strong shortkin in my games ever, because I think it's stupid. But I also don't care enough to ever criticize, like, I wasn't one of those people when Critical Role first came out to be like, well, Pike has too much strength. She's far too small to have that much. Like, I don't fucking care. If somebody wants the fantasy of playing a mechanical gnome that can hit as hard as the big half orc, like, who cares, man? Like, go play some video games. You clearly have enough free time to worry about shit. But I am sympathetic to the argument. I'm sympathetic on both sides. So I almost feel like it's better to not make rules. If you have something that's going to have a big restriction like that, to the extent of, yes, if you are my 1 foot tall, little tiny gremlin dudes, there's no rules for them. They're just a world building concept in the world that fits in there in a way that, you know, you can look at it and it adds to the story like Jawas in Star Wars. Nobody's gonna be like, oh, what's the rules to play a Jawa? Like, there are rules in the Star Wars Saga Edition, but, like, I've never played with a player that seriously played a Jawa. You know, because it's all fun in games until the absurdity wears off, and then suddenly you want to be a cool character and whatever. And then it's kind of like it's over for you at that point in time. You've overstayed your welcome in absurdity and silliness. So is it best? Because I think that, like, my theory is maybe the best response to that is just not build it in at all. Not do the world building, not sort of the mechanics building, not write mechanics for Jawa. Like, for instance, there is going to be an order of special knights that I've never talked about on stream, but it is a martial melee order, a group of a very small collection of, let's just call them knights, that are going to be the sort of the undisputed greatest fighting force of individuals within the world. And they all use sort of the same class, a mastery of a skill that could denote them as a class. It's not like one's a fighter, one's a paladin, one's a ranger. They're not a high-level party. It's like, think about like Astral Knights or Paladins. I'm not going to ever make rules for them, because I don't think that they should be mechanically available to players. Because I can sort of rationalize a level 1 Astral Knight. I can't rationalize below a level 10 one of these guys. It just can't happen. But I think it's kind of like the Adeptus Custodes in 40k. Could you theoretically have rules and mechanics for a Custode? No. No, you couldn't. You couldn't have a Custode in your RPG. I'm sorry. Everyone who's a fan of 40k, what makes the Adeptus Custodes cool is that they are unobtainable. They're different. And I think that's cool to have in your world, something like that. But in a D&D sense, you want mechanics for everything. And so when it comes to that, it comes to, like, or the idea of that for being applied to, like, D&D races as well. It's like, yeah, maybe you don't write rules for the Jawas, because it just doesn't make sense to you to have rules for your Jawas, man. It just, like, doesn't work, you know? For L, at least 100 subs, yeah. People have gone overboard with playable races, not everything should be playable. I agree, but, like, So I agree, Atari. And where does that line go? Where does something have to pass through before you're like, ooh, this is too sacred to make rules for? Left for these rogues, if you don't have to be stealthy rogue, enforces a crime boss, or enforcers for a crime boss are still rogues, and they had fear effects and still focused on hindering and big damage and could sneak attack with clubs. So that's awesome. I actually really liked in Star Wars Saga Edition, they had a scoundrel sort of like prestige class called the Crime Lord. And one, or maybe it was a noble. So the Star Wars Saga Edition noble is a really interesting class that doesn't exist in D&D that I want to make exist in D&D. The noble was very cool. They could still fight. The noble was the fantasy of playing Padme Amidala. So you still like kick shit in and could still fight. And why is my browser frozen? Uh-oh. What's frozen right now? Why is this frozen? Chrome, please. No, stop. I'm not trying to... Okay, this is why I fucking hate using Chrome. Leia, Padme, Bail, you know, Jabba, I guess. Chancellor Valorum, Palpatine. These are all nobles. And you could do cool things. Like, basically, you were an out-of-combat player that could also, like, inspire your party and stuff. And I thought that was cool. There's nothing like this in D&D. But yeah, you could play a crime lord and have the same fantasy of the noble. And one thing noble was really cool about the noble is the noble got money every level up. You got 5,000 credits or something per noble level every time you got a new level. So it's like in D&D is being wealthy a superpower. And I think it is. I think that's a really cool way to do it. Maybe less so than in a game like Star Wars Saga Edition, because there's balance to have things like grenades that you could buy. And so you had a lot of that kind of stuff at your disposal. For me, if it seems illogical, it's past the laws of reality, or if I'm like, no one will even use this, I don't want to write it. I'm trying to think of an example, Thorkin, that you would know, because you're not a Warhammer player. That we could maybe like identify, does this cross that line or not? Trying to think of a Warcraft example. Because like the Archmages are just mages. The Riders of the Apocalypse are just Death Knights. Or the Four Horsemen, sorry, not Riders. The Four Horsemen are just Death Knights. I'm trying to think of an example where it's like they're so powerful and they utilize a skill set that's so unique to them. But the utilization of that skill set is a class in itself, but it's so powerful and has to maintain that narrative superiority to the point where you couldn't have a lower level one. I don't know, I can't think of any examples. So you don't make playable rules for the things you don't want to, force people to homebrew it. That's an interesting perspective on it. If I get to hear about the Astral Knights, yeah, finally I'll talk about them on stream. And their lore. The unbeatable fighting force of Teleria, Guapo, you can't. You see through me. You see through my lies. I don't know. I can't think of a good example, you know? Line stops as human, dwarf, wait, elf, human, dwarf for me. Halflings can fuck right off. Yeah, get him out of here. Get him out of here. Samwise Gamgee ass looking. But there is, we have to agree, there is sort of this expectation out of D&D players that if you have it as a commonplace thing in your world, there's rules and mechanics for it. And there's like a sense of disappointment if you don't. You know? Which, you know, a sense of disappointment isn't a reason to compromise your world building, but it is a challenge. Right? To me, it's kind of similar to like Ella selecting dice products. So I got some, like I talked to some pretty weird people and got some pretty weird requests and stuff over the weekend that I think you have to sort of parse out. Like, you know, you hear a lot of when you work at a convention, you work at a booth and you have a product like dice, you hear a lot of, do you know what you should sell? Or do you know what you should make from people? And it's all interesting feedback. A lot of it's irrelevant because it's so niche. Like, you know, Ella has these sets of D6s. She either has small wargaming D6s that are meant for Warhammer, things like that are the standard size, and they have pips instead of numbers, and they come in sets of 10 or whatever, and those are great. But she also makes larger D6s that are the same size as her dice in sets of 4 people. And I had this like woman come up who was like, you know, I don't know, 40s-ish or whatever, and she's like, do you only sell them in sets of 6? And I'm like, yeah, we do, sorry. She's like, oh no, or sorry, sets of 4, do you not sell them in sets of 6? I was like, no, we only sets of 4, sorry. And he's like, oh, you should do sets of 6. And I was like, oh, what for? Like, I'm thinking, like, what spells are there that are 6 you need 6d6s for that you don't need 4d6s for, or 8d6s, and those sort of, like, you know, 4, 8, or 12. And she's like, for Yahtzee. And I'm like, oh, yeah, interesting, yeah. Only person to ever come up wanting to buy fancy dice for fucking Yahtzee. So, of course, that feedback is interesting, but ultimately irrelevant, right? I had somebody come up that said, do you only sell sharp corner dice? And I was like, yeah. Little does he know that the difference between sharp corner and softened corner is the hallmark of high-quality dice. High-quality dice are hard to make sharp corners of. Low-quality dice with machine tumbling, they soften all the edges. That's why when you buy Chessex dice for $15, they're sharp corner, or they're soft corners. That's why when you buy handmade dice for $100, they're sharp corners. People like that. Started with things like Dispel. But this guy's like, well, I don't want sharp corner dice. I'm like, oh, that's fair. He's like, yeah, you shouldn't sell them. You should sell you should sell soft corner dice as well. And I was like, oh, why is that? And he's like, because I don't want to roll these on my wooden table. I don't want to scratch my table up. Now, I wasn't going to argue with him. This guy was like an old boomer, graybeard, balding, like, you know, old gamer guy that is set in his ways. He's the kind of guy that knows what he wants, whatever. I wasn't going to argue with some guy at the fucking table. I just smiled at him and like waited for him to leave, kind of thing, you know, because it's like, what am I going to do? Stand there and like disagree with him? Everyone knows your sharp corner dice aren't going to scratch your wooden table. You'd have to be absolutely brain dead to think that they actually would. I'm sorry. You know, or you have to have the most polished fucking pristine surface, in which case you roll anything on that table, it's going to get fucked up. So whatever. But that's another, you should do this. And when it comes to D&D, there's a lot of expectation and disappointment and you shoulds, I find, with world building. So, oh, you have your Sky Knights, you should have a background for them. Okay, you have a Paladin Order, you should have a subclass for that. Okay, you have an Astral Knight, you should make a class out of that. Okay, and so it's like D&D play. When it comes to D&D players, somebody will always want you to make mechanics for something and be disappointed that you don't have mechanics for that thing. So how do you cast the widest net with your world building and then homebrew design to interest and satisfy the most amount of people without compromising things? And that's the question I ask myself all the time when somebody has a strong opinion of like, oh, what do you mean you don't have rules for like an astral tinkerer? And it's like, well, I don't know. It's just, I don't know, like an astral artificer. Are there astral artificers in the order? Yeah. Am I going to make it a full class? I don't know. Maybe. Like, I don't have any plans to right now, but it'd be kind of cool in the future. But I'm not going to wait to release the Astral Sage for the Astral Tinkerer, if that makes sense. Like, I'm not going to hold it back. In the future, I never want to say what's going to happen. But there's tons of like, and so you don't want to disappoint people. Because if somebody's like disappointed, they'll have all the excitement in the world over your project. They're like, man, Realms of Eldar is so great. Evan, so handsome. World building art, what an amazing artist and streamer. I can't believe that I don't have my own Evan that I can you know, get to world build for me. Like, man, I am such an Evan fan. Oh, you don't have the class that I want for the thing that I think is the most cool in Eldara? All right, well, pass. You know, and that will happen. You have to accept that as a creator. You know, somebody will always want to see something that you don't do and be disappointed that you aren't doing it. But the question is, what things pass that test and what things sort of like are detrimental? Because it's not of detriment to me to make the Azael a playable race. I don't care. Like, sure, play an Azael. Is it clunky and weird because you're always floating because you're a hot mermaid dude? Yeah, it's weird. Is it overpowered that whilst in the Shattered Sea, you have a flight speed? Yeah, it's weird and overpowered. When you're out of the Shattered Sea, do you just flop around? No, you have lingering elements of the Shattered Sea in you, and so you can float. Okay, is that clunky and weird? Yeah, sure, but is it of detriment to build it as a mechanic? Not really, you know? But there are things that of detriment to build mechanics for, like our 1 foot tall gremlinoids that don't have a strength higher than 6. it would be, I think, worse for me to make a thing with that high of restrictions in it than to just simply not make rules of it at all. Like, am I crazy about this, or do you guys know where I'm coming from on that? You ever bury and smash the dice on the tables? I can't imagine what he'd have to do to get scratch up his table with fucking dice, with little resin, lightweight resin dice. I tried to instead do what is the goal, or why do you do it that way? Because I find why didn't you do a mechanic for this is far more interesting of an answer. That's actually true. That's true. Yeah. The why not is sometimes there's more nuance and it reveals more about intent than the why did. But a lot of people don't stick around for that kind of conversation, which is a shame. So you kind of either need to like present it as it is, or you know what I mean? Like few people will have, like, it's more of a gut check thing. Few people will sit through the why is it not the way I want it, and they'll just go play something else. And that's fine. It's like streaming, you know? People don't care, like, oh, if I'm sick today and I'm like off my game, it's like, okay, well, that sucks, but like it's a bad stream, so I'm not gonna watch. And I always think that's fine. You know, which is what. So the same thing for mechanics design. Some people might be interested in the why or why not, but I think a lot of people will just see that it's missing the thing they want and be like, oh, well, was excited for it, now it's lame, see you later, nerd, fuck off. And you're like, okay, well, lost that player, that's okay. And in some cases, maybe there is like a sort of acceptance you need if there's nothing you can do as a world builder and a home brewer. And then, yeah, like Atari said, you just let them make rules for it themselves, man. If somebody wants to make homebrew rules for the little 1 foot tall dudes that can have 18 strength and wield a giant, you know, fucking stone hammer, like, sure, dude, whatever, have fun. Is that going to make it into official canon Eldara? Absolutely not. Am I going to allow that in my home games? Fuck no. But like, that's an acceptance you have to have when you're building stuff for games. People are going to do weird shit that you don't intend. And you have to embrace it and love it. And I do embrace it and love it. It's like reading through Atari stories. There's stuff in there that isn't canonical Eldara, that doesn't fit. I mean, to be fair, that's a bad example because Atari's done an insanely good job at fitting basically everything into Eldara really neatly. So, terrible example, but I just mean the theoretical fan fiction someone might write about your story. They're not going to fit things in. You can't demand it be fit in. You just have to enjoy the ride and see what people's ideas are. Which is why, like the Astral Knights, people say, are there evil Astral Knights? I'm like, no, there aren't. Oh, there's no evil Astral Knights? What I say is, I'm not writing a story about any, but if you write a story about that, fucking sick. That's a story I want to hear. Are you kidding? If you write a story for your campaign, and your campaign is your players are hunting a group of evil Astral Knights through the Shattered Sea, they're trying to do some shit, like, shit, dude, that sounds cool. Is it canonical Eldara? Would I add it to Eldara? Probably fucking not, but I still want to hear about it. That sounds wicked, you know? Metal dice, maybe. Resin dice, super unlikely. No, yeah, I can't imagine resin dice scratching at the table. I don't know. I thought the better route for paladins was to have your oath generally falls into this type, like it does in 5e, and make orders that support those tenets. Better world building, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, order design is important to me for paladins. I want to make like a background for each paladin order. Each of the major 6 ones in Stonemark, I want to have a background for. So you are an acolyte of the Growlhammer, an acolyte of the Sangathar, an acolyte of the Storm, whatever those guys up in Tempest Crown were called, I forget. I get 100% that's why I published when I did. The book was exactly the way I wanted my book to be. Yes, there are probably ways I could make it better, but in the end, it's my vision. Yeah, totally. But when you see the term for those kinds of players are munchkins. Why are they called munchkins? When I think of munchkins, I think of a terrible, terrible board game that, like, Cards Against Humanity players enjoy. Munchkins, the board game. Is it related? Is it the insufferability of the game Munchkins translates to those players? Is it the quality of creativity translates to them? Like, what's the association there between Munchkins? The board game is named after them. Okay. Interesting. So what's the story there? I'm intrigued. I feel like there's lore. There's like hidden lore here that I'm not privy to. So I'd never really heard the term munchkin in a TTRPG sense. The only time I've ever heard the term munchkin used outside of the board games where people use them as interchangeable terms for meeples, which are the little like board game tokens that you use for Euro games and stuff. And does anyone actually still use the term Eurogame? Because that was the term for like the majority of the board games that we sold at the game store for a long time. People would be like, "Oh, do you sell Euro games?" It was a way of separating your like board games that we think of from like Monopoly, right? 'Cause someone would come in and be like, "Do you guys have board games?" And we're like, "Yeah, man, we have tons. We have like Dominion, and we have like Gloomhaven and Arkham Asylum or Arkham Horror." They're like, "Oh no, I mean like real board games like Snakes and Ladders or like Candyland." You're like, "Oh." And I think that that's where the term Eurogame came from, was in defiance of that. There was sort of a desire to separate one's gaming from that association. But I don't know. I think that board games just became so synonymous and ubiquitous with the kinds of with Euro games, people stopped using the term. I don't think it was an issue of like North American game developers were like, "Hey, I'm not from Europe, but I still made a board game," and if that's the reason why it's not used anymore, that's stupid. Because the lineage of modern board games, like the way they are, came from Europe, and I'm totally fine honoring, it's like how I use the term like BC and AD instead of like CE or whatever, because it's like the church invented the thing. Like, let them use their terms, man. I have the Neil deGrasse Tyson take on it for the Gregorian calendar. I feel the same way about Euro games, but I don't actually know why they changed the name from Euro games just to like basically board games. Maybe it's not that well thought through. Maybe it's more of a convenience than anything else. I could be totally wrong about that. That's why I'm wondering. Server power gamer that over-optimizes min-maxing and uses extra points for flaws to make broken characters. I see. They're called munchkins? We just call them power gamers. So we had actually, so in high school, we called them one of two things. We call them power gamers or virgins. I don't, like, that's probably an offensive term to use now. I think it's hilarious, but it's probably still too offensive in modern day. I think we replaced that with neckbeard in some ways. I don't know. It's an interesting evolution of terminology in the gaming world. Slang term for people who, one, want to win D&D, or two, want to only play D&D in the way they want to play the game, maximize on their own enjoyment. I don't know why they name it munchkins. That's weird. There's got to be a history behind that I'm not aware of the evolution of like some deeply nuanced, like theoretical idea that clawed its way through gaming culture over 42 years of D&D. Like the Munchkins in Greyhawk were like a group of like overpowered wizards that were focused on their own, their own power as opposed to the betterment of society or something like that. Or maybe it was just an offensive term for somebody. Get out of here, you fucking munchkin. They used it for those kind of the worst kind of D&D player. The second worst kind of D&D player. After all, the worst kind of D&D player is a bard. Different power gamers and min-maxers. How is it different power? Is it just this selfish? Like a power gamer isn't inherently selfish, but every selfish player is a munchkin. Is that kind of the way it goes? Oftentimes you do add some expensive social effects in the games. They'd be incredibly deformed at the cost of getting an additional +9 to hit. I see. Okay. That to me is just power gaming. I don't know. Storkin, I will. Stay cool, my friend. Thank you for the lurk, brother. Well, I'm learning things, man. I'm learning about the history here. I like this kind of stuff. I like these terms. We evolve as a gamer community. I only have one magical waterfall trailing off into nothingness on this piece, and I feel like it needs more. I feel like I'm letting myself down in some way. In some small measure, I've disappointed the floating island gods. Maybe what we'll do is we'll do like a kind of an event or whatever for like a world building event. I don't know if it's a good idea or not, but I have this sort of idea of doing this kind of like collective world building challenge. Problem is I don't think we have enough people in our Discord that are world builders that would want to, because like if you have 10 world builders, maybe, or like for art challenges, for every, what I've noticed, for every like 10 or 20 artists, one will want to take part in a challenge in Discord. And so I don't know if we have enough world builders to do stuff like that, but I kind of want to do like a thing where it's like world building, like different races for your setting and whatnot. Maybe let's do a solo challenge for it at some point in time this summer. Do like make July something where I poorly build mechanics for all these things in Eldara. For all this nonsense. Like our shortkin, like whatever. But again, I guess it does, you need to figure out the kind of the, what's the word I'm looking for? The metric for whether or not it's a good idea to world build an idea, or if it's better to like leave it blank. Which I think is a interesting conversation that I don't think we could parse through in one day. But it's the kind of shit I like to talk about on stream. Sometimes we have a revelation, a great idea about it. Forgot yesterday, remind me to shoot you a DM after you stream and pick your brain on world building. Oh, yeah, for sure. I don't know what your sleep schedule is like, Fox. So I don't know if you'll be awake after stream, but I should be around today for a little bit. I can hang out. I'll tell you what, when I'm done stuff, I need to do a couple things after stream. When I'm done, it might be very quick, or it might take like a half hour, an hour. I'll just hop into mod chat and just while I'm doing my afternoon work. So if you're around, pop in, say hi, we'll hang out, talk about world building. If not, that's all good. I'll just be there working anyway. So actually normal again. Oh shit, okay, congratulations. Welcome back to the land of the living. The tiniest of spirit foxes walks among us once more. Thanks, so you can have a good power gamers, in my opinion. Yeah, but like weirdly, video, I think that people don't refer like a gamer who like is a power gamer in a sense that doesn't, people aren't like, I never hear people be like, oh man, my friend like Jason is a power gamer, and it's so cool because like we'll do this like cool thing in combat, and then Jason will just like bring down the entire whatever, and it was awesome, and we had this like cool moment. Like it's almost never referred to positively when you hear people like refer to a power gamer in their group. It's always like, oh, I'm playing with this really like, you know, we have one of those new players, and you're like, oh, what? Well, they're a power gamer, and you're like, oh, I see. You know, that's unfortunate, right? Like, you know what I mean? It's I've almost never heard anybody use it in a positive. But you're totally right about that. It isn't always bad. There sometimes are those like power gamers, the carries as it were. But then again, I feel like being good at the game or power gaming isn't as necessary when there's no sense of impending doom. If you know you're gonna beat the boss anyway, then you want to be the cool guy and do the cool thing or whatever, right? It's never like World of Warcraft or whatever when you're like, man, we got through a Mythic plus 15 today, and it's like, oh shit, really? Yeah, my friend, you know, Adrian, he has this new like mage that he leveled up last week, does insane DPS, carried the whole thing, and they're happy about that. They're bragging about it, right? But in D&D, it's not the case because there's no like loss sort of condition for D&D in the same way. D&D players don't tolerate it, so it's like almost like being good, like power gaming in that sense, almost doesn't happen in a positive way. I don't know. That's interesting. Power gamer will always be aware and make mechanically good characters, but they're able to show restraint and share the spotlight. Yeah. They just kind of soften things. I don't know. They're so imbalanced towards murder hoboing most of the time that everything else in the game has made them seem unbearable. Yeah, all right. You fixed it like half a week ago. Oh shit. I'm impressed. I'm impressed, man. Maintaining a reasonable sleep schedule is hard. I'm very proud to say I've been on a good sleep schedule for a while, for years. Haven't fucked it up too bad at all. But the changes I had to make, like, over the last 6 months to start waking up at 6:30 every day have been tough. They've been tough, but it's been rewarding, and I'm happy about it. I like being up now in the mornings. I feel like I get so much done before stream starts, you know? Like, I've been to the gym, I made a very healthy breakfast, I did some meal prep, I cleaned up a bit of my house, I took Yuna out for a little walk. I've got like 70% of my overall, or 75% of my overall step goal for the day. How did my fucking watch face change? Something's happening with my watch, and I don't know what it is. Get Elle's help with it. She knows more about that shit than I do. But yeah, I did so much stuff. I even like did some work. I did a couple of sketch cards beforehand, before stream, over my other desk. Sat down, got all my stuff ready ahead of time, prepped up for going live. Hit the go live button. I was a couple minutes late though, because I lost track of time. I was sitting there vibing, doing a couple things art related for Guapo's character. Realized it was 6 after, and I was like, oh, okay, well. But it's been nice to have like a realistic sleep schedule, or a good one or whatever. Better than how I describe myself, mechanically driven RP player. Mechanically driven RP player. I haven't heard that description used before. I like that. Munchkin in particular is a derogatory term for what they make in the party, or when they make it the party's problem. I see. Okay. Well, D&D's not nearly as popular as it was a couple of years ago. Like, massively so. So you don't hear about those, like, horror stories anymore. Like, we used to get horror stories, like, every, like, 2 or 3 days. Like, it would happen, like a couple times a week of streams. Where somebody would come in and be like, man, my D&D group, ugh. We had a problem. The barbarian wanted to kill the kids. So we killed the kids, and I don't feel right about it. You're like, Jesus, man, you should find a new D&D group. I can't. My friend's playing. I'm like, damn, bro, it's not that complicated. You just don't play D&D with them. You don't get that kind of stuff anymore. I don't hear about the negative players at the table as much anymore. That, or maybe all D&D players are just well-behaved, well-mannered, good players now. They all watched enough How to Be a Great GM and Ginny D videos that they all smartened up and are now ace tier god gamers. How are things? I'm good, Permafrost. How you doing? I'm chilling. I feel great. Had a big long break from stream to recover from some ailments. Went to Edmonton for the Game Con to help Ella with her dice booth. Got home. Started making some banger pieces of art, painting again. I'm having a great fucking week, dude. Stream's been fun. I don't know. I'm chilling, dude. I want for nothing right now. Except maybe more sub points. Besides that. Recently followed into what's a sleep schedule, but hopefully I'll be back on a regular schedule soon. Yeah, it's so important, dude. It's so important long term. You know, when you're underslept for too many days, like your body changes, you change. That's scary. I don't like ever being like outside of my own faculties, like feeling like I'm not myself. I hate more than most things that feeling of, oh, I was not myself just now or whatever, or like this week or yesterday or whatever. I hate that feeling. It's like, it's actually terrifying. It makes me sick to the stomach. So like that's one of the reasons why I don't drink. I don't like do any sort of drugs or weed or anything like that. It never seems appealing to me because I never want to be not in my own mind, right? I don't ever want to escape my mind so bad that I want to like drink it away or smoke it away or whatever. You know, I don't like any of that kind of shit. And so sleep is not getting sleep and being sleep deprived or starved or whatever is also, it freaks me out. Starved is fine because it's like productive. Like I'll eat like 1,200 calories for a week. That's fine. I won't be myself. I'll be irritable. I'll be like whatever. I'll be like depressed and shit, but at least I'll like made some good cuts or whatever. But yeah, sleep deprived. I hate looking back on myself and being like, man, I was not myself this week. Holy fuck, I was just like, I was sad. I was you know, low energy. I was irritable. I was uncreative. I just it freaks me out. So I protect my sleep so defensively now. I lost my spot in an entire friend group. I got kicked from the Discord, man, because I couldn't play anymore at like we play games at like late night for me, like 11 to 1. And then I just like started being on a regular schedule and couldn't hang out with them anymore and just lost that gaming group. So it's sacrifices, man. Being on a good sleep schedule is a massive sacrifice. Sometimes you can't avoid it. Like my brother's had a terrible sleep schedule for the last couple of years, but also he has a 2-year-old almost now, so it's like forgiven. But there's almost no work that I will I'll allow to compromise my sleep schedule. No friend group, no nothing. Obviously, again, something's out of your control, but that's the nice thing about working for yourself is that you get to control how degenerate and toxic your work hours are. And so I'll work long ass hours. I'll just start those hours earlier on the day instead of staying up late, you know? I used to be able to I still focus better at night. It's weird. Like sometimes I'll get so motivated to like work and like able and clear and focused at like 11 p.m. But I'm like, bro, I gotta be in bed in now. So I'll have to let go of the muse in that moment to go collect my rest. More or less nocturnal for like 2 weeks, and then on one day just kept forced myself back to sleep and started waking up at like 5 a.m. Now I'm literally steady 7 a.m. ish. That's good. That's fucking great. I'm glad to hear it. Welcome to the land of the living. It does suck though during the winters. I hate being up earlier in the winters because I have a thing. I don't know if anyone else relates to this, but I hate waking up in the darkness. I want there to be the sun shining. I want a blue sky. I want, or like even the hues of sunrise is pretty good too. I want green trees and grass outside my window. I want like warm weather. I'm so clingy and needy about it, but no, the light's a big thing. Even if it's cool out, I really like waking up when there is light out, like waking up with the sun or whatever. But in the winter where I live, because I'm so far north, man, like probably, I don't know, October, November, December, January, February, March, April is when it changes in April. No, because daylight savings time fucks it up. So yeah, like May, yeah, October to May, you wake up. I started waking up earlier, and that means waking up in the darkness. And I hated that, dude. Especially like in January, February, where you wake up, it's pitch black out. You go to the gym, you drive home, it's still pitch black out. And just as I'm like getting stuff ready for stream up here, it starts like the sunrise cracks out. I'm like, damn. I don't know if anyone relates to that. I feel like most people are like, I don't mind the darkness, you know? Is there Munchkin is something an elderly person calls a kid or young person? Yeah, I mean that's why I don't know, I wasn't sure it was a bad term for D&D players. Playing a lot of Fallout New Vegas mod, Dust, the grisly and grim bleak version of the game. I haven't played a Fallout game almost like ever. I wonder if I'm missing out on that. It'll give you its own sequel to where resources are extremely limited, enemies are able to kill you easily. Oh, so it's hard mode. I like it. Survival, hard mode. How much survival is there in a Fallout game? Bethesda games are just not my jam. I love that Bethesda exists, but I've never played like a first-person melee game that didn't feel like absolute garbage. You know, like Skyrim I couldn't handle. Fallout maybe, but the Fallout like world never really appealed to me. I like the whole like kind of like tongue-in-cheek 1960s or 1950s, 40s, whatever kind of like future whatever culture, BioShock type thing, like kind of vibes. I like that. I like that it exists. I'm just not the target audience, but I think Fallout's super cool. I played New Vegas, I think. I have New Vegas on Steam, actually. I'm curious what my playtime in New Vegas is. Let's see. On Steam, my playtime for Fallout New Vegas is... Let's see. Let me scroll down. Fallout New Vegas. My playtime is 35 minutes. I have played a Fallout game. This is the only Fallout game I've ever played, and I have played it for 35 minutes. I suppose of Fallout games, it is my favorite. It's the best one that I've played. So, hate that. I hate when my nocturnal sleep schedule, waking up in the dark messes with my mental health so much. Yeah. I'm low energy and like sad when it's dark out in the mornings, you know? Well, the winter or the dark mornings are really nice for me as I feel good around the darkness. Yeah, I get energized by the sun, dude. I like the darkness when the darkness is full of like when the darkness contrasts some sort of light. Like Christmas season's great where I live. You know, there's lights everywhere, it's all happy and shit. But when it's dark and cold, when it's 40 below and dark out at 4 p.m., I think all the charms and novelty of like crisp winter mornings or like quiet dark nights is thrown out of the fucking window in a shit covered package. It's just dreary and depressing at that point in time for me. Because in the game, it's made by Bethesda that's smooth brain, even if it claims it's hard only because of bullet sponge enemies. That's fair. Maybe by Obsidian or Interplay, then it's good. Oh, that's right. Because Bethesda were not the original makers of Fallout, right? I don't know. Again, I like Bethesda. I like that Bethesda exists. I'm really happy Bethesda is a force in the world that does Bethesda things. I just have never really found a Bethesda game I enjoyed. I don't relate to all of the Bethesda gamers. I saw a podcast by a podcaster named Lex Friedman where he had... Who's the head of Bethesda? Howard. Todd Howard? Ron Howard? Jacob Howard? One of the Howards. I think it's Todd, because I think Ron Howard's the director. Yeah, that's Bryce Dallas Howard's dad. So, Todd Howard, I think, is his name. I could be wrong with that completely. I liked his philosophy of gaming. I think that as far as like gaming executives and gaming owners and gaming CEOs goes, he is a treasure to the industry, it seems like. But then again, he could have been bullshitting the entire time. I have no idea. But I like that Bethesda exists. I like that they do Bethesda things. I have a lot of love and respect and admiration for the passion that Bethesda gamers have, like Skyrim enjoyers. I just don't. I haven't seen the light on it yet. I've not seen the light. I bought Skyrim for the Xbox 360 when it came out on opening day. I went there before or after school. It came out when I was in art school, I think. And I bought it. I took it home. I played it for about an hour, and I was like, this game fucking sucks. I never picked it up again. The graphics looked like shit. The gameplay felt awful. I was not enjoying any of it. But again, I love that Skyrim exists. It's not my game, but I'm proud of it, and I'm happy I bought the game to support the project. You know, or at least I was when it came out. Jesus Christ! Crimson, what's up, buddy? Hey, what's going on? How you doing, Crimson? Thanks for 5 subs, man. Hey, what's up? How you been? God damn. I think I actually jumped to that one. Yeah, hi Crimson, what's up, man? Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, bro. Thanks for saying 5 people deserve to be in the Dragon's Claim, including a mod. And don't fuck ads, because the non-subscribed experience on Twitch is diseased. So thank you, Crimson. I appreciate that, bro. How's it going? How you been, man? Hold on, let me just catch up here. I don't want to miss chats from the gifted subs. New Year's was made by Obsidian, who had the original people from Interplay in Obsidian. Interesting. It's about as good as it gets for large dev companies. They exist for a long time, but gamers love to complain. That's fair. You got business. You hit a mod, man. That's impressive. You found a rare unsubbed mod. I haven't talked to Bizzo in a while, man. I don't even know where the fuck Bizzo is. I don't know if she's still in Europe or she's back home and just said fuck coming to stream. I don't know, man, but I think she's probably still in Europe. Just killing it. Going around eating fancy cheese and stuff. I actually have no idea where the world busy is. but I miss her. I miss her dry sense of humor in Discord after stream. So thank you, Crimson. I appreciate it, man. I started a new TCG project since I have missed MTG pretty much at all. You haven't missed MTG at all? I mean, dude, I've missed having a TCG to collect. And actually, at GameCon, it was pretty cool. I don't have my phone. I was gonna show a picture. At GameCon, Legend Story Studios was there for Flesh and Blood. That was really cool. They were there in person doing like demos and teaching people how to play. That was fucking sick. I talked to the guy for like 15 minutes about new players and how to get them into the game and stuff and whatnot, and how they don't have any path for that right now. And it was a cool conversation. It was very cool. He was either doing a very good job at faking it, or very much was interested in hearing feedback. Said it was his job to figure out a lot of these problems, so he wanted feedback from especially longtime Magic players or other TCG enjoyers. So it was very cool. I had a lot of fun talking to him about it for a while. But yeah, I miss TCGs, man. I miss playing TCG games. I miss all that shit. I miss, honestly, if I'm being honest, I miss the World of Warcraft TCG. I'm sorry. There hasn't been another TCG that I've loved as much as the WoW TCG. WoW TCG was Magic, but better, I think. It had more interesting deck building to me. And it had a better combat system to me than Magic. But it had all the same then good stuff that Magic has. So it's tough, bro. Finding new TCGs, that's a... I wish you luck, and I want to see you fucking succeed so that I have a new TCG to enjoy and buy and collect. Not around much, still on Instagram, traveling right now. Yeah, I figured. I still miss her. I miss a lot of the mods that are busy this year. Miss talking with you guys in Discord and stuff after streams. Like, legit. I've been too reclusive. I'm sorry about that. You wouldn't want D&D to just be a smooth brain experience either, so it makes sense if you would complain to Wizards of the Coast. You'd want them to keep spells and weapons and characters well detailed instead of like, here's Bob. Bob likes to kill things. Bob's evil. Damn. Dark Confident? That Bob? Trying to build a Pokemon TCG collection. Going to make a national Pokedex for the TCG. Pokemon is safer than MTG in the long run of things. I like Pokemon. The problem is Pokemon collecting doesn't hold up well unless it's vintage, and even then it's not super safe. But I like buying, like I like opening Pokemon TCG as a modern collection. I was thinking about making a binder with all my cool Pokemon cards and like starting it again, because like I've wanted to like go and I've wanted to spend money on cards, and I haven't in since I started streaming. I basically, like, when I started streaming, I cut my income by like a massive amount, so I haven't really done any collecting or buying or enjoying of anything in the last 4 years. And I didn't realize how much I missed buying and collecting video games or cards or anything like that. And I was like, maybe I should start getting back into this a little bit and like giving myself a little bit of wiggle room every month to do it and whatever, being responsible, blah blah blah. But I just can't find like collecting Magic feels like I am not Magic's target audience anymore, and I'm fine with that. Wizards of the Coast has told me that I'm not the target audience anymore for as a collector. They relegate me to the price point of like set boosters, and I'm not interested in that. I want to be able to get the big dick whatever stuff, even if the chance is obscenely low. I still want to have a chance at the coolest stuff in the set, and you don't anymore if you buy like set bot. So I used to buy collector's boxes here and there, but those are too expensive now, and that's fine. WotC changed their mind about it. They said, hey, we only want the big high nut whale collectors, and I said, okay, that's fine. Different products for different people, but the product that is designed for me is not particularly interesting to me right now. So I'm still an avid lover of Magic and the brand and collect and TCGs and whatever, but you know, I want to get back into it. I just don't have anything to do or to collect or whatever. Pokemon's cool because you can get anything in any booster pack or whatever. It's just that the chances of it are so low. And also you look at like sort of the collectible investability of it or whatever. It's so weird when you see like a set. You go to like... This is my problem with Pokemon. You go to TCG Player, and you look at like you get a Pokemon. Let's look at I don't know whatever this set is, Paradox Rift. I don't know anything about this. I'm guessing it has Paradox Pokemon in it. And you search highest price to lowest price, price high to low. And so, what's the most expensive single you can get out of there? $50. The chances of you hitting this specific $50 card is so fucking low. Like, this card you have the same chances of hitting this card as you do in Magic of hitting a card that's worth $300. So it's so hard to buy Pokemon cards for the same booster pack price. And like all the cool cards that are like the rare whatever inserts, they're called inserts in sports cards, all the insert cards are like not worth much. I'll be honest, this set's actually pretty good for as far as Pokemon goes, with the cards $50. If you go to a different set, I'm sure we can find, I don't know, Scarlet, oh, that's not a special one. 151's a special edition set or whatever. You go to Pokemon, what's a regular set? Temporal Forces. I know one of these has a couple big cards in it. But yeah. So this is still new. That's why it's so high. So let me go back. I think the problem is I need to go back to the last block, the actual where prices have settled. So Scarlet and Violet base, perfect. So what's the most expensive card in Scarlet and Violet base? Is it at like $100? No, it's $17, $27. Why is this one ahead of this one? Oh, because market price is $35. So $18, $27, $13, $10. These are all the rarest insert fuck you cards. Like I got this guy right here. I got this one right here. It's like a super cool, special, limited edition, secret, your mom rare. And it's like, it doesn't hold its value, you know? So it's like collecting it. Why would you buy the pack? Why wouldn't you wait two or 3 years for it to rotate out and then buy the card you want? And you're like, oh shit, I can buy the super rare Gardevoir for $30. You know what I mean? Well, this is all Canadian price too. So this is a lot less than USD. You know what I mean? Like Pokemon's just tough for me like that because the cards don't hold their value. So collecting it doesn't feel good. And I'm not like a card games have to be about money kind of guy. It certainly helps, you know, to like for the health of the game. But if you go to like let's try Flesh and Blood. Bright Lights, that was the last set that I bought anything of. What's the biggest dick card in Bright Lights? Yeah, like that's fucking cool. It's a $500 crazy hit. It's a $120 crazy hit. Or 30, I don't know, why is that disparity so high? You know? They reprinted this card. It's like this is like the Black Lotus of them. They reprinted for playability in non-cold foil version. But like $80, whatever. Like there's more, and like the actual boxes are cheaper. They're more affordable. So like I don't know, man. I'm more excited about collecting certain games than I am others. It's just it feels better to play, in my opinion. But I do miss Pokemon. I just wish that Pokemon packs weren't the same price as like their counterparts in other games. You know? They're like getting fancy cards in Weiss Schwartz packs and I have an MTG. Yeah. Make the binder. Maybe I should though, just for fun display purposes or whatever. I think the mod has several ending routes. That sounds like, man, that's a mod. That's pretty deep, Permafrost. So better odds than MTG. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Like I don't know what MTG like what's the big dick out of like a recent-ish set in MTG? Ravnica Remastered. I think that's one of the more recent ones this is a regular set, right? I'm pretty sure. So that's cool. Yeah, I mean you get these cool numbered cards in like the old variant. $850. You know? $1,400. Like this is cool. It's cool that this is a possibility. To me, this kind of stuff, serialization makes the cards more exciting. You know? And the serialization came from sports cards. Ultimately. But like even if it's beyond the like practical like possibility of you pulling the card in its serialized form, it's still exciting that you can. That's a card that I actually would buy maybe if I had the money. Is a Tolsimir Wolf's Blood in Serial. That's really cool. That's a great reprint. I also have a happy like relationship that I'm in, so I don't need to collect angels, but that Aurelia is still pretty cool. Like I still have my angel collection from back when I was a teenager that didn't know what a girl felt like, but you know, then when I like actually started dating Ella, I stopped collecting angels, as you do when, you know. Okay, I'm kidding. I'm not taking easy shots at Magic players. Chill. Holy fuck, chill. You can't laugh at yourselves as Magic players. Who can you laugh at? Angel players. That's exactly. Okay, I'm done. That was the last one. 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 I promise. That was the last one. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I love you. Come on. I love you, Angel collectors. I got nothing against you. Y'all are beautiful humans. It's just funny that a certain type of person would come into the game store and you'd be able to be like, you lean over to your friend and be like, that guy's gonna ask us for angels. That guy's gonna ask us for angel cards. And this nerd waddles up with his like scantily clad women card sleeves and his like scantily clad custom, you know, binder with his like playmat of his like anime waifu under his arm, breathing heavily, being like, do you have a Sigarda? I need a Sigarda. And you're like, I bet you do. I bet you do, and I'm gonna help you. I got a Sigarda right here for you, bro. I got you. I got one right here for you, man. Cleaned it off from the last person that gave it to me. Your partner already an angel? You already got the whole angel set? My partner, my wife, yes, she's very angelic. My wife is very angelic. She's more Valkyrie-like, I think. She's I always describe her as like a Valkyrie. People would say that she's an Amazon back when we were in school. They joke that she's an Amazon. I always say she's a Valkyrie. She's this like tall, proud, beautiful visage of a Nordic fucking myth. Being in her presence is a stunning experience. Every time I see her, I'm taken back. I gasp to myself silently as she basks in my quiet awe of her and her beauty. That's what happens every single time. Seeing cards slid over the counter face down is one of my top experiences. Ooh, the face down card ooh, yeah, there's that too. We had to kick a guy out from a tournament once because he had just the skankiest card sleeves. We're like, my brother, there are children at this tournament. What are you doing? He's like, you can't see anything. It's fine. Like, my brother, you need to change your sleeves or download Tinder or both. I don't know what you need to do, but you can't play with those sleeves in our game store. I'm sorry. He's so mad. He's so fucking mad. Come on, man. I'm just making fun of Magic players a little bit. It's all in love. It's all from the game store days. When did that happen, Blaze? When did that happen? I don't know, man. At GameCon, there was this like small like card grading company. I don't know if they were legit or not, but they were grading cards at the con. It was pretty cool, actually. It was kind of fun to see. I kind of wanted to get a card grade. I want to ask them if I could get a sketch card graded. Be like, hey, I have this like, I'm a very, very, very famous artist on the internet. I have my own cards that I have for my millions of followers that I send every month. I'm willing to have one graded with you guys. Are you interested in this wild opportunity I'm offering you? I thought about it. Because one of the things I was doing at the convention was I was making sketch cards while the booth was quiet or whatever. I'd sit in the corner, I'd huddle down, and I'd make some sketch cards for Patreon and stuff. And I thought about trying to get one graded. I bet they'd say no, though. I bet they're only grading, like, real games. Though a lot of the way that new card grading companies are getting success is they are grading things that, like, Beckett and PSA and CGC don't usually want to grade. So They might have. I need somebody to grade sketch card number 1. So I'm on sketch card like 550 or some shit right now. And sketch card number 1 is right there. You can see it on my camera on Ella's desk. But it's currently in like a double, like whatever, like magnetic fucking extra heavy case that Ella has it on display with. But it'd be cool to have it sealed and slabbed, you know? I didn't get the Sush booster pack. We were far more questionable Weiss Schwartz I could have picked from. You absolutely could have. I'm not saying you did anything wrong, boys. Don't listen to Guapo. Don't listen to a word he says. His judgments will get him nowhere in the card collecting world. You buy whatever Weiss cards you want, man. If that was a good anime, you get the fuck in there. How much is a new like Weiss like card? Like a fancy Weiss card. What's a new set? In Weiss Schwarze. Oh, it's just a whole thing. Mashoku Tensei. $1,600. Let's go price high. Oh, this is price high to low. So $1,600 for a signed Joe. I don't know who this character is. I just see Jobel. I don't know what her name is. Azure Lane signed card. Bunny girl with her ass sticking out for $1,000. Bochi the Rock. I don't know who this is either. For $1,000. Chainsaw Man Makima for $1,000. That's dude. Who is buying these cards that much? Hololive for $1,000 bucks. Well, that makes sense. VTuber fans are deep. Albedo. Okay. The chick from Data Live. Man, look at these fucking cards. Holy shit. That's what I'm talking about, man. $800? $1,000? $650? Another Hololive? Who's that? The fucking Guru or whatever? No Game No Life booster box, $600. Attack on Titan. Yoko from Gurren Lagann. Sheesh, dude. Look at this cardboard, man. That's some fucking beautiful cardboard right there. Your Forager, only $450? I'll take 2. I want a Yor, a Lloyd, and an Anya. What do you mean? The Log Horizon guy? Look at this cardboard. Kashino SP Gold Signature from Azure Lane. Only $385? Huh, guess nerds aren't down bad after all. Where's that website that shows you how much different gacha games are making every week? Oh, there's the Anya. We just need the Lloyd now. I'll buy the whole set. That's cool. Premium is on TCG Player though? Oh, it isn't? Are there Husbando cards? No. Nope. 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 Sorry. Nope. Thirsty anime Fujoshi girls aren't nearly as interested in cardboard as thirsty otaku boys. Okay, why am I still scrolling this shit? Husbando phobic? Damn, bro. You don't gotta do the Fujoshis like that. You gotta hit him with one of those. All right. Another island complete. Oh. We missed this one. We missed the rock crevasse on it. The final island is upon us. We're going to delete the undersketch, and this is going to be sick. This is going to be the June Patreon print. I'm very excited about that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let's erase some shit. Delete sketch. Let's delete everything south of the island. I know it didn't look like I just did anything, but that was a really big step in the process. It was a big, important step that mattered greatly. And I'm going to do it again. Well, I am making a collectible card set for the Realms of Eldara. And I'm in development of it right now. I spent some time on it last night, actually. And I don't expect... I'm going to make like 30 booster packs for the first edition. I'm going to give out a bunch on stream. I'm going to keep a couple for myself. And then I'm going to list a bunch on my print store and hope they don't sell. They're going to be expensive because I have to use fancy paper and do everything by hand. And they won't be worth it. But it's going to be fun. It's a project I'm doing for passion and nothing else. It's like I was thinking about doing my collector's edition for Horizon. I have ideas for things I'm going to do for the Horizon collector's edition that are ambitious and stupid. And I'm going to make, I think, precisely 5. And I'm okay if none of them sell. Because if I have enough faith and love in my project, I mean, if they sell, great. But I have enough faith and love in my project that if I have first edition Horizon, like, collector's editions of the adventure, I'm totally okay if I keep all 5 for, like, years and years and years down the road. If people want them, they'll go to good homes, I'm sure. But they are going to be expensive because I have to do a whole bunch of stuff by hand and ambitious things like dice and wood burnt maps and all sorts of nonsense or whatever. So, but I'm very excited about it. I have all these dumb projects I want to do. Things that are like, one thing that, like a theme that I sort of considered this year is doing dumb projects for the sake of it. Things that I want to do. And not things that are necessarily like the most like time efficient or whatever, or like the most social media efficient or anything like that, but just dumb things that I want to do, you know, projects that like because I used to do things on stream where I was basically LARP as a real streamer, and those were always the most fun things to do. I love LARPing like a real like game maker or whatever, and so I'm gonna do more game LARPs. And I got a funny sponsorship offer that I genuinely find comedic. Mind if I share since it's technically work related? No, hit it. I want to hear about it. What was it, Ashy? Tell me. Did Konami finally offer you your weight in whatever the newest booster pack of the newest set is? You turn them down because you're not a sellout. First time tuning in, the art is sick. Love to see it in action. Do you stream your D&D sessions? So Duke, we did start streaming our D&D game with a friend of mine, but her scheduling changed, and so we have to find a different time to stream it. So we used to stream our games on Tuesday mornings. Now we have to find time in the evenings because her job situation changed. But I am also working on another game that I'm going to stream because I really want to stream a more like long-term game with some streamer friends of mine. I'm going to see if people are interested in it. But right now, unfortunately not. Unfortunately, I am without player. I'm without players. It was actually cool because the one that we were doing on Tuesday mornings was a one-on-one D&D game, and it was really fun and kind of interesting. I hadn't played a one-on-one D&D game with like a single player in a long time. So Fishy and I were doing that, and it was a lot of fun. We got to figure out if we can get back into that. And then hopefully I can wrangle a couple of my friends to play a short little campaign. Because I actually have, for my setting that I'm building, which most of my streams during the week is me building my setting and homebrewing for it and doing art for it and whatever. and I have an adventure, actually, the first adventure in the setting coming out soon, that I'm just trying to finish and polish right now. So I'll probably find some friends to run through that as well. I got a lot of plans to play this year, actually, on stream, because for a long time I just did world building and homebrew, and no actual live play. But I have recently been fortunate enough to change that. So yeah. Thank you for the follow, Chase. I appreciate that. Thank you. It's pretty. Thank you. Thank you. You honor me, my friend. You honor me. This is a small little temple pool rune thing that I want to take my players to soon. And I love having art for it so that they know what they're looking at, you know? World building through art is my favorite thing to do. Got offered a sponsorship for a literal princess trading card game. Oh my god, did you take it? Oh, please tell me you took it. Please tell me you took it. For full details. Heart of Crown. Oh my god. Receive total 3 keys to play with your community by streaming our game for 2 hours. It's literally. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is beautiful. How do I get in on this? Can I get sponsored for this as well? Can you ask him if like, hey, can I I know this is supposed to be for VTubers, but like, can my like unfortunately designed friend FleshTuber come play as well? That's amazing. Get Evangeline? Yeah, dude, I should try and apply on Project Evangeline. Saying I make a lot of maps and custom character tokens and such for my game, so I feel it. Oh hell yeah. Dude, I love making tokens and maps. There's nothing like seeing my players' reaction when I have like a brand new like dragon token or something that just lands on the map they haven't seen. It's so fulfilling, you know? I am deeply enchanted by that moment. When my players first experience a new token or something like that. Can we make a sketchy PNG tuber? You're right, I should. You're right. What I'll do is I'll just take the art I did of Ashy and just animate it. Can I make a PNG? Oh, not Ashy. Do you think they'll know Ashy if I make a PNG tuber of my fan art of you? And I'll just call it not Ashy? Dude, what if I ask Ulner if I can just use old Ulner for like a day, for like one stream? Just like, Ulner, I'm sorry. Oh, can I use old Ulner? Do you mind? Can I just be just one time, real quick? Just help a homie. I read a Lancer game and made enemies based on Final Fantasy summons. And they recognized the cameo. That's sick. I'm hearing more and more people talk about Lancer. Is Lancer growing in popularity or something? I've had a couple of people, not brand new, but a couple people in chat this week bring up Lancer independently of each other. I feel like there's something going on there. And I was actually at a convention last weekend from helping my wife. She has a dice business. And there were a couple people that actually talked about Lancer with me at the booth. So I feel like I went from not hearing about Lancer ever, and then in the last month, like 8 people across convention and stream have brought up Lancer, all independently. It's like, damn, where'd that come from? Make it shake when you talk. Totally, it'll be the lowest budget thing I'll do all week. It's a pretty big server and very active players base. Same, really? Interesting. Just started running it this year. Interesting. Well, good for Lancer, man. I'm pleased. I'm happy. I'm happy that other games are doing well, you know? I think one of the biggest unfortunate things that happened with the Wizards of the Coast OGL issues was that not enough games got popular out of it. We had an opportunity as gamers. We had a deep opportunity to heighten other games and to raise other games up and make the TTRPG scene a lot more diverse and healthy. A lot more devs, a lot more game systems. But here we are like a year later or whatever. I don't know how long the OGL drama's been, playing Pathfinder and D&D, and that's it, basically. But maybe not. Maybe Lancer and other games are actually starting to pull ahead, or at least pull up ahead of where they were, not ahead of D&D now. But I hope so anyway. Quite a community. They share a lot of their hard work, sprites, maps, etc. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I think that the problem with it, a lot of the issue with it was the gatekeeping, like, communities. You know, like there's a lot of people who identify the reason they like a game as it's not D&D. And I don't think you can do that. I don't think you can identify your game system as a negative of the popular one. If your brand and your pitch for why people should play your game system is we're not D&D, you know, which is the problem you have in TTRPGs. I think a lot of times you have a lot of people, you're like, oh, I'm going to try this system or that system. And you get a bunch of graybeards that have been playing, you know, D&D second edition for 30 years. And they play this other system. They're like, hey, you kid, you finally ready to play a real game? You ready to give up that D&D garbage? Yeah, we'll let you play our game with us, whatever. And you're like, oh, that's how it's gonna be. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of that goes along in I find personally, maybe it's anecdotal, that I've seen in the TTRPG scene that I think really sabotages a lot of these games. You can't make the thing the reason why people should play your game because it's not D&D. You have to have some cool identity like Lancer or something like that. You know? Otherwise, you're just catering to people who are mad, and like rage bait only takes you so far. It'll take you far. I mean, there's lots of like YouTube channels that are like video gaming rage bait, like what are we mad about this week? And that's fine. There's like lots of reasons to be mad, you know, about gaming stuff, but also people only care about being mad about a game until the next trailer drops. What a Fire Emblem game. Fire Emblem. There's a TTRPG for Fire Emblem? It's finishing me that attitude. I saw it with a game company that you might be familiar of called Grinding Gear Games that makes a game called Path of Exile. Not a lot of TTRPG nerds or ARPG players, but Path of Exile is like kind of like a Diablo game, like Diablo clone from Blizzard. But a lot of their community marketed the reason you should play Path of Exile was it's not Diablo. And then the problem is a lot of people tried to get into it, and like GGG has done a very good job at like trying to fix that and remedy that, the kind of the damage their community, their player base did, and not even all their player base, but some within their player base did, right? As they'd always market themselves, they're like, "Are you tired of Blizzard's garbage? Are you tired of being a wuss that can't play a real game? Are you tired of Diablo? Come play a real game for real gamers. Path of Exile." You know, it's like. The problem is, though, that people who are, like, favorable to Diablo were like, oh, well, I don't want to be insulted and like, called an idiot, so I'm not going to play Path of Exile. So anytime I've seen a game identify themselves as not something else, I don't think that's a healthy way of doing it. I think that you have to... You know, another example in video games was when World of Warcraft was having problems because Blizzard was having problems. Final Fantasy XIV didn't say... you should come play 14 because it's better than Warcraft and Warcraft sucks and you suck for playing Warcraft. They said, hey, come try Final Fantasy. It's a lot of fun. Maybe you'll like it. You know, they didn't identify themselves as not Warcraft. You know what I mean? I think that's a better way to do it. TTRPGs need to sort of like do that as well. They need to not brand themselves as alternatives. They need to brand themselves as projects that are wicked. People also making drama out of nothing, especially video games like Genshin, Wuthering Waves. Oh, yeah, I mean, isn't the drama about that right now basically that the Genshin players that have sunk all their money are mad?
Amphiuma tridactylum.
Amphiuma tridactylum. All right, let's see. All right, let's rate it. Let's see. The three-toed Amphium. He's cute. I will say that... What was last week? Last week was Gacha Gamers. Oh man, that's a Tower Fantasy player right there. If I'd ever seen them, that's a Tower Fantasy player just doing their best. Yeah, that's a good one, Aduria. I'm gonna rate him like a 6.9 out of maybe like a 6.10 out of 10. Like, or you know, let's go a little bit higher. Let's do 6.11. We'll rate it a 6.11 out of 10. We'll give him that one. Just comparing playstyles. Well, I know there's a lot of people are mad, like shit talking it because They're like mad that I don't know. I don't play gacha games all that much, but I like to follow the drama because I think it's funny. I see why people are mad at Tectone or Asmongold or whatever. It's just I enjoy the third party absurdity of gacha drama. But like Wuthering Waves is making a shit ton of money, right? Isn't that why like a lot of Genshin players are mad because people are switching over and all their investment isn't cool anymore? What's that website that shows like gacha game income? Gacha game income rankings. All right, let's see. Let's see. Who's mad? Where's Wuthering Waves? So Genshin's making a lot of money. Is this old? Oh, this is November. Where's the most recent one? Where's most recent rankings? I want to see that people are mad at Wuthering Waves. I search. Sensor Tower monthly report. April 2024. There we go. All right. Let's see why people are mad. Why are Genshin players mad? I don't see Wuthering Waves on here. Why is anyone from Genshin mad? All their sunk money still matters. I don't see Waves on here anywhere, bro. Yeah, shit. Where are they? Wuthering. I don't see anything, man. Okay, I have no idea why Wuthering Waves play or why Genshin players are mad. So, I don't know. Started playing Nikkei recently. God. The amount of brain rot, Blaze, I'm concerned. Okay, I think they dropped a new update vid. A lot of people seem promising. I don't know. I thought about when I was in the car on the way to Edmonton for the GameCon, I thought about downloading a game and playing it. I was like, should I see what these new gacha games are all about? And then instead, I just sat there and stared out the window at Fields for 3 hours. So they almost got me, man. They almost got me in. Think of all the waves I would have weathered. Like the Worlds, I think they would be fun setting to play TTRPG in. I agree. I am honestly really upset about gacha games. Because my games are MMOs. I love MMOs. And, you know, nobody plays World of Warcraft anymore. Nobody plays, like, Final Fantasy anymore. Like, these games are fucking dead. I'm kidding. But, you know, there's no new projects in the MMO scene that look good. All the new MMO projects are, like, old boomer games or Korean, like, pay-to-win games like, what's the new one called that's coming out? They just released a trailer. Whatever. And so where has that community gone? Where are the young MMO players? Because like they make MMOs like New World and shit for old MMO players, but where's the new and exciting ones? And I think that lineage has evolved into gacha games, into Genshin players and stuff. And the problem with that is I just can't play games where I feel like I'm being hamstrung because I'm not paying money. And I'm so heartbroken about that because I want to play the games. I want to see the worlds. I want to do the cool things, but like, I don't know. And there's just a lot of degeneracy in there that I don't personally enjoy, that I probably did at one point, but now I find a little off-putting. So I don't know, man. I want a cool gacha game that I can play and like enjoy the story of and play a little bit and then, you know, check out when they ask for money. But I don't know if there is one for me like that. I mean, fashion games are money grubbing. Yeah, true. Because there's a lot of cool world building and you know, mechanics and lore and cool stuff like that in these games. I think that's great. I think that's really cool. Like, you know, when there's like a new character trailer or whatever, and a new or a new zone. Do gacha games do new zones and new story places or whatever? I think so. To be fair, I don't really know how like the updates work for these games, but I assume there's like new zones and stuff they add, just like regular MMOs, new quests and stories and whatever. I do have a new Final Fantasy game to play soon, so that's cool. I'm excited about that. 14 Dawn Trail. I'm gonna take my little paladin all the way to whatever the fucking new area is. I don't remember what it's called. I don't care. I'll figure it out when I get there. I'll go there and I'll log on, and every like 3 or 4 days I'll get a whisper from my friend Ashy inviting me to do a raid, knowing full well that I am not at max level and can't go. And I'll come up with some excuse as to why I can't. Like, oh, I would, but I got like a meeting soon or something, you know? And we'll just LARP that entire time. It's free to play, don't get caught in the FOMO. Doesn't work on me, but I feel bad for people who get sucked in. Yeah. Bigger thing is most of those new MMO players are on Fortnite because most didn't play MMOs because it's good. Yeah. Yeah, they played them because free. All the Korean MMOs, but League of Legends and Genshin and Fortnite MMOs aren't dead. They've been definitely lost the younger market aside from 14, which lives on the backs of VTubers. Actually true. Jesus. I mean, that's tragic. That's actually tragic. What's up, Nick? It's good, man. We're almost done. We're getting through it. We're figuring out what the temple does soon, I guess. I don't know. And then I am recording the process, so I'm excited to see what it looks like on when I make. So I'm probably gonna make this into a TikTok later tonight. I'll probably post the entire process start to finish on TikTok and YouTube and Instagram and shit and whatever everywhere later on this evening when I finish it. I post in the evenings because it apparently does better, so I guess I could try during the day one day, like right after stream or whatever, but like the mom would never play a monthly sub, but they'd give me $20 a month to spend on Fortnite or Genshin or MapleStory or whatever. That's true, it's a good point. The sub model is kind of outdated, but you know what, the sub model is, I think, rather than outdated, I think the sub model is exhausted. If that makes sense. People like the sub model is great, I think, for MMOs. You pay them every month to update the game. The problem is when you pay them to update the game and they put stuff behind paywalls. So it's like you can't have a sub and an in-game shop at the same time. It's one of my biggest pet peeves about Final Fantasy, even though I love the game and I like the team. I think a lot of people just sort of accept it because it's not degenerate. It's just like dumb little cosmetics and stuff and whatever. But I could see World of Warcraft in the next few years going to Game Pass, being free to play, and then getting like more sub mode stuff, or sorry, more sub mode style rewards on the in-game shop. Maybe. The Netflix problem, the sub model is terrible for trying new MMO. Right? Yeah. No. Totally. They need, like, World of Warcraft needs to have a free trial that is expansive. They need a free trial that lets you level up all the way. Like, free trial to level 70. Or something like that. Like, you can play the game in full, level up one character, limit it to one character per trial or whatever. And then you can play the game to max level, play through time walking or whatever way you want to level up, and then when you hit max level, they give you like a, I don't know, like a maybe like 1 month free trial once you hit max level or something like that of max level gameplay, or maybe less. I don't know, maybe that wouldn't work. Maybe like 1 week, I guess, because then you couldn't clear everything and be done. And then yeah, something like that. There needs to be some way to get into it, because Final Fantasy's way of doing it, where it forces a narrative progression through the story, letting you play up to Stormblood, or up to and through Stormblood, is genius. Because the game's more populated, there's little sprouts everywhere, you know, and then you got players in it doing stuff, seeing the game, trying it out, risk-free. You can play on and off. And if you're a casual player that will never buy the full game and you're okay playing whatever the free trial is and that's it, that's fine. You're still a warm body in the world that makes the world feel fuller. You know? Kind of like what's the term for free-to-play players? The really derogatory Korean term in that one game? Mint pickers, because you have to like pick mint to sell on the market or something like that. Whatever gacha players refer to free to play players as, because you fulfill the same role as that in a pay to win gacha game without it feeling really bad to be that. You just can't play the newest biggest storyline, you know. And then if you want to, yeah, you can buy the game and sub to it, whatever. That's cool. I don't know how World of Warcraft is supposed to identify that problem. MMOs are hard to make unique without being either a WoW clone or something super different that turns into 14. Yeah, maybe that's it. Fighting using 14's cash shop, it funds 14's. Square Enix was gutting 14's profits to fund other stuff. That flopped Marvel Battle Pass pay to win game, so they made a cash shop to fund 14 because despite it being the most profitable, they still got nothing. Really? Yeah, like I know the cash shop has good intentions. Believe me, I get it. I do think actually sometimes Final Fantasy 14 players defend that too much. You know, it's like it is a little like copium sucking when somebody's just like, when you're like, yeah, I pay a sub, so I probably shouldn't have a cash shop in my game. Most Final Fantasy 14 players like, yeah, it's not that bad, but you know, it's not great. And you're like, I respect that opinion. But like sometimes you do get the people who are like, well, you don't understand the cash shop. Whatever they fund the game, they make it better. They can add more pets into their whatever. It's like it shouldn't have to be that way. I get it is that way, but it's still a valid criticism that like, you know. But I do think that it's better. It's good that at least you trust they don't have a degenerate sort of mindset about it. You know, I do believe and trust their good intentions more so than if like the Activision run cash shop for World of Warcraft. That seemed more degenerate to me. Or obviously we can go down the road and hit any cash shop in any other game besides them. So it's like the Final Fantasy 14 cash shop is the least egregious. I've used it happily. I've bought dumb stuff on sale because I like to do it. I like to support it. But like buying the sub and paying for retainers and then cash shop, it is a little like I wish that Square would give 14 more money. And like if you're a 14 dev, you can't blame the players for not liking the system. You can understand it, and it can be someone else's problem, someone else's fault. But it's like no one's really wrong with if they hate it or forgive it or whatever. I tend to forgive it because I'm like whatever. It's not as egregious as it could be in other games, but it does still suck. I wish that with a monthly sub, because you're not giving money to the team that's making you the money for the game. And I think that's the biggest business mistake you can make in a creative sort of project. Like if or when I have my own big, cool, fancy game company, I am going to give a revenue bonus to every single employee. Like old Blizzard for old WoW did. And if the game does extremely well and everyone gets a massive fucking bonus, what are you worried about? People are going to quit and retire because they make enough money from your project to not work anymore? Fuck no. That's a stupid, irrelevant, irrational fear. The more you pay creative individuals, the better work they will do. It's just a law of sort of the kind of feedback loop of creative work. And so it seems incredibly foolish for Square not to give the team more of the money they make, or for Blizzard, Activision, or whoever. And I really like the Larian CEO or whatever. I have resonated so hard with things he said. I have long believed that money should be that not reinvesting money into a project shows massive amounts of fear and insecurity in your project. And if you're secure, it's like the Mr. Beast model. Mr. Beast reinvests everything he makes into bigger and bigger and bigger videos because he's confident that he'll make better videos and they'll make more money, right? You only cash out of an investment when you're scared that the next one won't do well, right? It's a lot of insecurity. And so like the Baldur's Gate through the Larian guy said that he sees money like cash as fuel for a bigger and better project, not as something to buy luxuries with and to cash out it with. I think that's the biggest problem with a lot of these big games. Is like have the confidence that if you overpay the shit out of your devs on Final Fantasy 14, let them keep like all their fucking sub money, or like a lot more. All is a hyperbolic term there, but you know what I mean. Then what's gonna happen? You're gonna get a bigger and bigger and better game and very, very happy devs, and then very, very happy players. And it's crazy how that investment will work itself out, you know. I feel like the Jedi Council 14 shouldn't have the cash shop, but they're so delicate with how they balance the cash shop with what they put in there. Yeah, which is why I'm not super against it. I don't ever suck on copium and defend the cash shop for Final Fantasy 14 as like, oh, you don't understand, they like, you know, we need it for whatever, because like chill. If someone's like, yeah, fuck 14, I don't want to play it, I'm like, why? They're like, because it's a sub fee and a cash shop. Fuck that shit. I'm like, fair. But I also forgive it on my own and personally and have engaged with it myself, you know? Not on a heavy level, but like I've bought a couple of pets and stuff. Or transmogs and stuff on there. I wonder if they have a sale on right now, right? Or like emotes and shit. I have a couple emotes from there. I also really like that. I don't actually. You'll know this better than I do, but I'm pretty sure Yoshi P is against putting the cash shop in game, like an in-game interface. I'm pretty sure that he said that intentionally, and it isn't a technical limitation. It's an intentional choice, which I think that's, you know, like that's real decent. There are no massive sales on it, I don't think, right now. On sale. View all. This is all just stuff prepping for Dawn Trail, right? Yeah, retainer stuff and leveling up stuff and yeah. I wouldn't want to do any of this, man. I like the quest and stories and stuff and the process of leveling alt jobs in Final Fantasy. I would never want to, like, yeah, fuck. I would never want to boost it, you know? I wouldn't want to miss out on that. It's so easy to level too. Fuck. The only in-game interface you can use in your in-room is to preview such try on cash up items as player requested. Right, that I remember they added that last year or so, and that was cool because you couldn't try it on any other way, and so you don't know if Minfilia's outfit's gonna look good on your like 8-foot tall Rogadin. So Yoshi's also delaying the 14 update for the funniest reason. What's the reason he's delaying the update? Is it something stupid? I hope it's something stupid. Actually, before that, let me just quickly go close the window in the other room. I think people are cutting some grass out or spraying some weed shit down. Be right back. Well, I'm not safe. I'm not safe because my window's open, and so I'm breathing in whatever fucking pesticides or shit. It smells like shit outside, but at least the bedroom isn't getting all fucking soaked. Elden Ring, he's really delaying because the Elden Ring DLC, just because he wants to play fucking Elden Ring. That's why he's delaying it. Is because he wants to play Elden Ring. What a nerd, man. God bless him. He's a national treasure, man. He's actually, hold on. What? Let me Google this. What is Japan's highest civilian award? The Supreme Order of the Chrysanthemum. Right here. Order of the Rising Sun, Gold Star, and Silver Stars. Is this a military award? Or is this a civilian award? I'm guessing the Supreme Order of the Chrysanthemum. Let's see. What's the requirement? Japan's highest order, the Grand Cordon of the Order. Established in 1876 by Emperor Meiji of Japan. The collar of the order was added on the 4th, 1880. Okay, whatever. I am officially campaigning for Yoshi P for the Order of the Chrysanthemum. That's it. Japan, Yoshi P is a national treasure and must be chrysanthemized. Get on it. Chrysanthemate him. The man deserves it. That's hilarious. He straight up on stage said it was going to be the 23rd, but we know everyone wants to play a certain game, so we're giving you 1 week. Then get back on 14 for Dawn Trail. That's fucking amazing. I love that. I used to play 14 with a friend, and I'm a story player going through all the quests and side quests. My friend was a vet player and was getting annoyed I was taking long because I was doing meaningless side quests, which surprised me. I ended up being kind of mad about it since TBH didn't like the story I saw at the start. Yeah, that's a big problem with it. Like here's the thing, Chase, I don't think you're wrong for that opinion or whatsoever. I understand it, but it's such a shame because I think that the game gets so good later on. But it's one of those things, like, do you know how, like, there's a lot of games and movies and stuff that people say, like, oh man, like, by season 2 it's so good. And they say it as if, like, you giving up on it in the first season because you didn't like it is like, you've made a mistake. It's a travesty. I think it's an unfortunate reality of the game. The game loses a lot of people with the story early on. I'm still in the place in the game where people sort of consider the story to be pretty meh, and I like it. And so I'm excited because people say, I have heard people like RPG gamers have said that the Shadowbringers, not the first game, not the second, the third, but the fourth game is the best RPG experience they've ever had, MMO or otherwise. Because there's a Realm Reborn, it's the first game, then Heaven's Ward, then Stormblood, then Shadowbringers, and then Endwalker, and then now Dawn Trail. And supposedly that Shadowbringer Endwalker storyline that starts right at the end of Stormblood and goes through 2 expansions is like one of the most mind-blowing story experiences ever. It's like it changes people. And I'm excited to get there myself, but I never, when somebody says I didn't even make it through Realm Reborn, I never blame him. I'm just like, fuck, man, that sucks. That fucking sucks. Because yeah, it's a common story. It's like, you gave it a shot. Like, what more could you ask for somebody? They downloaded it, they tried it. The story was kind of meh, so it's like, I'm not playing through this I'm not playing through another 200 hours of meh for the possibility of this great game. And it sucks, man. I wish they could figure something out about it. I think it's they know though, right? The Japanese emperor to give them that award? Is it the emperor that gives it? Who's the current emperor? I forget who it is now. Naruhito. Yes. Used to be Emperor Hirohito. And Empress Michio. Now it's Emperor Naruhito. Naruhito Tenno. What a guy, man. Look at him. Look at him in his little fucking hat and everything. It's fucking dope. Oh, he's wearing it. He's wearing the Order of the Chrysanthemum. He has it himself. I think that was it, right? That was the same necklace and medal that was in the Wikipedia picture. All right. Well, if to be chrysanthemized is only for like imperials and diplomats and shit, then maybe we don't chrysanthemate Yoshi P. Maybe we give him a different award. It's just like he needs a government award. He needs a government one. I do want to play again maybe sometime. They have a discount. They have one right now, don't they? Isn't the game on sale because Dawn Trail's coming out in like 2 weeks? Square Enix store. I want to pre-order it to get the little earring thing to help me level up. Is the regular game... Oh, that's 16. Whoops. Is the regular game on... Oh, it isn't. What the fuck? Huh. Well, I guess I was wrong. Or if you buy... Okay, if you buy Dawn Trail, does that come with all the other previous games, or do you have to buy the one that comes with Endwalker? And then, like, how do you buy Final Fantasy? I'm a new Final Fantasy player. I want to buy Final Fantasy. This hot girl in math class plays Final Fantasy 14, and I want to get after it. What do I go onto the website? What the fuck do I buy? Do I buy the starter edition and then whatever, or do I need to buy the complete edition for 39 euros? Why the fuck is it giving me euros? Do I look like a socialist? Come on, Google. Kidding, relax, chill. So you buy this, you have to buy this one, and then on top of that, you buy Dawn Trail. Only sub is never discounted, but you can free to play to 70 forever if you didn't buy anything, and yeah, expansion gets discounts. Right, okay. So there's one. Going a week after the Elden Ring DLC because the developer 14 is the best. There's a beast. Yeah, we were just talking about that. That's actually hilarious, dude. You can join lower level technically, yes, but with how the story in the game is, I'd sit here idling with you to do 30 minutes of cutscenes, so we can do one of the most basic dungeons in the game. Then I go AFK for another hour. Yeah, I don't think Final Fantasy 14 is a great game to play through the main campaign with friends. Sometimes I regret like Ella and I deciding we're gonna play through 14 together, because, like, for instance, she's having hand surgery, substantial, like, carpal tunnel, massive hand surgery in a couple of weeks, and won't be able to play games for a while, and I won't be able to play through anything. So I'm waiting for her. So that part sucks, but I mean, that part's gonna be awesome because then she's gonna feel better. But you know what I mean? I think it's best to just play on your own, play through it on your own, to go through the story, the campaign, whatever else, all by your lonesome, have your own little... Because, like, really, 14's a solo... Like the best part about 14 is that it's a solo JRPG experience with an amazing group content sort of, like, system built into it, which is just so genius and amazing, and how I'd probably want to build an MMO if I was to build one now. I want it to be primarily a single-player story campaign with amazing group content. Fort is great because Ella can focus on crafting or gathering while you do dungeons, or you can team up for bosses. Great shared world, but playing through and completing a story on someone else's schedule is rough. What we probably will do, Ashley, honestly, is we'll still probably play the game because so much of it is like it's just a cinematic, just a cutscene. Realistically, we'll probably keep going, and she'll just put me on follow, because there are, I don't know, in Stormblood there's a lot of those, like, solo trial things, or whatever you call them, like the things where we have to drop group and queue for ourselves for the thing. Do they do more or less of that later on in, let's say we get through Stormblood before her surgery? In Shadowbringers, is there more or less of that type of shit? Because if there's more of that, it'll be a problem. We won't be able to play through. I won't be able to, like, put her on follow, or have her put me on follow. But if there's less of it, then we might actually be able to play through stuff, you know? That's fine and all, but this is a big game, and I did say for them to go on without me, which is fine. That's weird. I don't know why. Yeah, well, I don't know. Some people... We live in a society. I don't know, dude. I'm looking forward to Ella's hand surgery. It's gonna be great, dude. She's been dealing with a lot of rough wrist pain for a long time. She broke her wrist when she was young, and they didn't say it was broken. They said it was fine at the time, and then she, like, went to another doctor, and the doctor was like, "Oh my god!" Like, they wouldn't give her an X-ray when she was little. She fell off her bike or some shit. And they're like, "Ah, you're fine, kid." She went to the doctor, and they're like, "Ah, you're fine, kid. You sprained it." And then it wasn't, like, getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. And then she, like, said, "I need to go to the doctor. This is not good." So they went to a different doctor and they're like, oh my god, your wrist is so fucking broken. It hasn't been in a cast all week. So he's been dealing with it for a long time. But goddamn time to fix it up. Fix it up. They're just super excited and came off too much. Maybe, yeah. Enthusiasm ill communicated. Is that the possibility? I don't know. Looking forward to it. She deserves to not be in pain all the fucking time making her dice. Wonder how her shop update is going. Ella got a lot of interest in her shop update this week from the convention, which is really cool. The last 2 days, she's basically just been recovering from the convention. But she said she wanted to get on it today, so maybe she'll have it done by stream. I don't know. Photos being taken? There you go. Look at Elle crushing it, man. Elle is my favorite person in the world, bro. She's so cool. Fuck. All right. I am considering, though. I have a boosted character in Final Fantasy 14. I have Endrick Avalon. Endrick is my human character. That he's my alt that I do fun stuff on. But he's boosted up until Shadowbringers. I am considering, or through Shadowbringers. He boosted to Endwalker. I'm considering us switching mains, or me switching mains for our game that we're playing together for Endwalker and especially Dawn Trail, and retiring Yurna, the Lalafell, for Dawn Trail, because Dawn Trail is like, it's a new story, it's a new adventure, it's a new whatever. Now I think is the time if you're gonna switch mains. I think in Dawn Trail, from what I understand. I don't know. I'm not a nerd. Do I look like a guy that plays Final Fantasy 14 professionally? Do I look like I know what the lore or story is? Do I look like some loser that plays a video game? Do I look like some nerd that plays Imagination Dragon game? Dude, people could not take that joke at the convention. I went up to one of Ella's friends, and she was talking with some other people, and her husband was playing in this like Warhammer event. And the other people were like hanging around, and I was like, hey, where's so-and-so? And she's like, oh, he's downstairs playing Warhammer. I'm like, oh, I would go see him, but I'd be afraid to be seen down there. And she was like, why? And I'm like, well, I'm just afraid if I go down where people are playing Warhammer, people will assume I'm like a nerd. And like one of the people that was with like standing there, she just looked so disgusted, like, what's wrong with being a nerd? You know? Like, Jesus, man. The lack of ability to take a joke from some people is staggering. I made that joke later on as well with somebody that came to the booth. I was like, yeah, they're like, oh, I don't need more dice. And I was like, yeah, I don't need more dice either. I get it. They're like, but I want more. I'm like, no, I get it too. But like, I worry that if I get too many dice, people will like think I'm a bit of a nerd, right? He just looked at me. He was like, what's wrong with that? Dude, chill. Like, fuck, I'm selling dice at a fucking game convention. What do you, like, what do you, how is this not an apparent and I guess there's a cultural trauma for a lot of nerds. They never had their Yu-Gi-Oh cards kicked in to the point where in high school, to the point where they started embracing the term nerd. But I love how old like boomers will correct me. They'll correct me when I like self-reference as a nerd. You know, I'll be like, ah, yeah, man, like I'm currently playing like Final Fantasy and World of Warcraft, and like, you have 2 subs? Yeah, I'm a pretty big nerd. They'll correct me. They'll be like, you're actually a geek, not a nerd. Yeah, I don't know if you knew that. You're actually a geek, not a nerd. Yeah, geeks are into like Star Trek and video games and stuff. Nerds are like scientists. yeah, geeks are you're a geek. I'm like, fuck, kind of old ass boomer take is that? Like, they're right, they're correct about that take 15 years ago. Absolutely. There was 15 years ago a big distinction between a geek and a nerd. 100%. Today, not so much. Today's day and age, no. We've switched the terms. We all call ourselves nerds now. Some other Pokemon's cards stolen at lunch? Yeah, it was me. I got mine stolen in junior high. It'd be so cool to get to hang out with Ella. She might be too cool for some random loser on the internet like me, though. We'll see, man. We'll see if you and the boys want to come back up for Eldarcon. I don't know. I'm assuming Dashto and Guapo and Cobalt won't want to. Because they said they hated hanging out in Alberta last time. Cobalt in particular really hates the outdoors. All the fresh air we had and all the like the snow-covered fucking mountains and shit, he was miserable. He was like, take me back to California. I want my scum-covered streets and feces-covered sidewalks. I don't blame him. All of our fresh Canadian air was too much for the man. We'll see, Blaze. The program is Photoshop. I do everything in Photoshop, but that might change depending on Adobe. Adobe is having a bit of drama right now, actually. Adobe got in some hot water, and then independently also is getting sued by the American government for having a bad submodel. But they're getting some drama. They're changing the terms of use or whatever. That is basically giving them a... Actually, we didn't really talk about this in depth on stream. I want to know what the actual quote is. Adobe license Twitter. What was the exact quote? Right here. The new Adobe license says, you grant, or solely for the purpose of operating and improving our service and software, you grant us a non-exclusive, worldwide, royalty-free, suspendable, sub-licensable, license to use, reproduce, publicly display, distribute, modify, creatively derivative works on, publicly perform, and translate content. Basically, you give them full rights to use your work forever for free, in perpetuity, royalty-free, exclusive, whatever. Or not exclusive, but that's more or less. This is just to train AI for them. So, like, you know, moralizing AI art, whatever. It's an exhaustive conversation that is like so 2023. But the problem is that this fucks up people with their NDAs. So, if you know, Chase, if you ask me to draw a big hot cat girl for your RPG you're developing right now, and you say I need rights to this piece because it's going to be a character in my new RPG, so I want to buy the rights from you, Evan, for your art. And I'm like, cool, so it's a commercial project. And you're like, and also because it's not released yet, I need you to sign an NDA until release. And I say, cool. The problem is that NDA doesn't work out as well because Photoshop also has access to that stuff. So this does not screw over anyone really, except for professionals. And the problem is that screws over a lot of Adobe's like top user base, which makes it less appealing for nobody artists like me, because then they'll stop developing for the professional sort of mindset. So who knows what's going to happen? A lot of artists are switching to Clip. Clip's great. Got nothing against Clip. I love to shit talk Clip in front of Clip enthusiasts because they get sensitive about it, and it's funny to make fun of them for like 20 minutes before they realize I'm just making fun of them, and they get embarrassed and because they got so heated about it. And it's kind of adorable. It's like a little bonding moment between me and them as an artist. But I might actually unironically switch to Clip because of it. So, you mean your drawings aren't real? They're all Photoshop betrayed? Yep. You thought my paintings were real? Meet up. Let's see how I paint in 2023 or 2024. You thought that I made this painting by hand? Uh-uh. Let me show you, my friend. Image, canvas size. We're gonna go 30 or 20, 25 by 25. We're gonna span it out. Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna select this entire area, right click, and we're gonna go wait, where's the fill thing? Where's the fill thing? Oops. Come on, Photoshop. Where's the fucking generative fill shit? Oh, right here. You think that I painted this by hand? Haha. I merely used Photoshop's generative fill. Mountains and sky. Generate. Watch a pro artist in 2024 at work. You think I painted this by hand over 40 hours? Nope. I painted 1 pixel and used generative AI to fill in the rest. Yep. Yep, that was me. Look at it. Look at all the photoshopping that I've done. You think I design my own belts? You think I've designed I made this character myself? Nope. Generative fill. Ooba. Generate. If you encountered an issue with your prompt, please view our guidelines. God damn it. Generative fill. Generate. Okay. Ugh. What the fuck? Is it an improvement? I can't tell, man. Generative fill, more legs. What? What do you mean it's a problem with the prompt? I can't add more legs to this character? Alright, fine, let's do a regular generative fill. Alright, Photoshop, remake my art for me. Let's see Photoshop in 2024. This is how real artists work. Oh god. Oh, come on, Photoshop, man. All right. Y'all need the never mind. This license, the license thing, this new license, Photoshop needs it. All right. They need this one. Okay. Yeah. Let's be okay with this. They're doing. Yep. I think it's an improvement. Yeah. I think it's an improvement, man. I think they. This is what. Wait. No. Okay. Oh, God. Let me merge all these layers. All right, Photoshop, finish it off. Finish it off for us, Photoshop. Entire character this time. Actually, oh wait. No, I want to see it based off of my original art. Okay, no, kill these two. Oh my, wait! It's missing no! Wait! Photoshop just made missing no! Holy shit! Oh my god. Well, there you go. I should sell prints of this now. I should list this on my print store for $100. I should list this on my store for 100. We mean improve. Shut up. Hold on. Maybe I went too far out. Okay, hold on. Let's see. We're gonna try a content aware fill. Oh no, that's not how to do it. Cancel. I've never seen this interface in my life. Let's try one more time. Let's try one more time, okay? See if it just references all the colors around again, or if it actually gives something different. Guys, it's the astral vending machine. You thought that I was gonna make the Astral Knight my next class for Eldara? You were wrong. Boy, oh boy. Can I interest you in the Astral vending machine? Yep. You put it prompted? I didn't for any of the other ones. For like her face or anything like that. Nope. The Astral vending machine. Amazing. Fucking amazing. What a what a travesty, man. I don't do that only puts the context as what remains. Wait, what the fuck? That goes kind of hard. Holy shit. We just made some Star Wars shit over here. Holy fuck, that goes so hard. Holy man, this is what we pay for Photoshop. Look at that big boy. I need to make this an emote now. Alabaster Consortium. Yeah, your average consortium member right here. I would bring up the consortium art, but I accidentally deleted it all before I went to Edmonton, so... Alright, let's purge this abomination from records. I need to pretend that didn't happen. Holy man, Photoshop is fucking cooked. I don't know, like, what is do I have to switch to clip now? The problem is I'm not smart enough to figure out how to buy clip. Oh man, that was tough. That was really tough. I'm out of a job soon, aren't I? I mean, what? Hold on. Is there... Can I, like... One more. One more. And then I'm done, I promise. Don't tell Ashy. Don't tell Ashley. Nobody tell Ashley. One more. Don't tell Ashley. It's a fucking TikToker. Oh, God. Oh my god, you're right. Oh no. Oh no, Photoshop, why? Oh god. Okay. We need to we need to kill that. My art deserves better. We all deserve better. I don't know what to say, man. That's so if you like select something specific like from the AI prompt, will it do that thing? Like if I hold on. I'm actually curious. If I did this again and did like hockey player, will it generate that, like, will it turn whatever it is into the prompt? Well, look, at least she's having a good time, man. At least, might be an abomination, but at least she's having a good time, so I can't, you know. Also add hand-drawn style. Cute face, blonde, fierce look, beautiful. Hand-drawn style. All right, I'll try it. Last one. Last one. Last one. Generative few. Cute face. Face. What is it? Blonde. Fierce look. Beautiful. Hand-drawn style. God damn it. I can't, man. I fucking can't. I just can't. Okay. Okay. I need to draw some rocks, man. I need to draw some fucking rocks. Is it over for Photoshop? Has the era of Adobe come to a close? You know, truthfully, if I was going to switch art programs, there is a high chance that I might use Rebel. Rebel is, nobody knows what about it, but it is your favorite artist's secret art program they use. So not your favorite artist on Instagram, but whoever your favorite artist on Instagram, that's like a real artist, whoever they look up to, that person has used Rebel. It's like meant for like traditional painting and stuff. How much is it actually? Rebel painting software price. I think it's really expensive actually. Rebel painting software. Rebel pricing 2024. Okay, so it's $150. So that might be what I do. Yeah. Rebel is for like the real shit. For actual like paint medium manipulation. There's a very high chance that if I have to switch, I'll switch to this. Maybe like the problem is Clip just has so much more available to it, but all the classically trained best greatest painters of our day have fucked around with Rebel and been like neat. So 1x purchase, honestly not bad. No, it isn't actually. That's it's decent. $150 US, like what, 200 Canadian, one-time purchase. Get that away from me. That was haram. That was haram. You're right. I'm sorry about that, Guapo. Yeah, my bad, bro. Don't worry. We won't touch Photoshop's generative AI for at least another week and a half. What else could I use? I'm not going to use Procreate because I turned 19 a while ago, so Procreate is great if your parents bought you an iPad but don't love you enough to buy you a Cintiq. And then you also don't know how to use Clip because buttons make you nervous. And the last time you opened Clip, you had an anxiety attack, so Procreate's good. What else? And we just have to switch to Clip, I guess. I don't know. I'm not like, dude, I love Photoshop. I think it's the best software out there. But it also might be one of those things where I still use it. Right? Because I have an analogy, a anecdote that I feel like is a lesson from earlier this week. Earlier this week, I'm playing a little bit of World of Warcraft Mists of Pandaria, and there's remix, and there's a mode that you can do every day that's called a scenario. It's a very short dungeon. It's like 5 to 10 minutes at max, and it's 3 people, and you queue into it once a day, and you get your daily reward, and you fuck off. And so I joined, and I noticed I'm going through crushing it with one other person. We're just plowing through it. You know, it's more or less a face roll, and I noticed that the shaman is at the front of the instance, not moving. And I was like, oh, very clever. You think you can get a free ride. Okay, so I try and vote kick him, and it says you can't vote kick him for 5 minutes. And I was like, we're going to beat this dungeon thing in less than 5 minutes. And so Buddy knows that, and like queued in for dungeon or for this thing that went AFK expecting to get carried. And so I'm here getting scammed with this other guy. Now, what am I going to do? Am I going to wait the 5 minutes so I can kick him for justice sake? Or am I just going to blast through it and finish the dungeon on my own in 3 minutes? And then the villain wins. But I also don't lose. Yes, the villain wins, but I don't lose. But I feel like if I sit there twiddling my thumbs for, 2 more minutes, just sitting there waiting just so I can vote kick that guy, and then whatever, to like have some small measure of justice. Do I win? No. Does that guy lose? Sure. So it's like I can lose to make him lose, or I can not lose and he wins. It's one of those interesting things. And Photoshop, the conversation over Photoshop is like similar. So it's like Photoshop is gonna screw all their customers over, increase the sub fee, mess up the whatever, steal your art to make AI, hurt your career, treat you like shit, like all this stuff. But is it still the place that is the easiest way for me to do the best artwork for my own career? Because I'm under no moral obligation to stop using Photoshop simply because they're doing shitty things. Right? You can't make artists stop using ArtStation because they started allowing AI art on their site. That's where most artists get their work from. That's where they find their next job. So it's like one of those things where it's like, do I stop using Photoshop because I'm a good boy and I'm not going to let Photoshop steal my art to make AI? I mean, that's a great idea in theory, but then what if I don't make as good of art and my career and development as an artist suffers because I'm forced to use Clip, which I do believe is a lesser program. Not lesser enough that anyone should care, but personally I do think it's not as strong of software. Clip users often disagree, and that's beautiful. Most artists, including myself, aren't good enough to make use of Photoshop's really, really good tools that make it better than Clip, in my opinion, but that's not the point. It's the software that I know, and I don't want to spend all this time learning new stuff. And I don't know. I don't think the answer is there. I don't think there's a moral answer for what to do about it. But it is annoying enough that I might switch out. Like, if I feel like I can get the same sort of effect and art and whatever out of Clip, I might switch based on, you know, based on it just being annoying to be a Photoshop customer. But to me, I also see it kind of like Wacom. Like, I use a Wacom tablet that is 5 times as much as the competition, but I think the tablet is only 10% better, or like whatever that actually number is. Like, I don't know what the number is. I think the Wacom Cintiq tablets are the best in the industry by a long shot, so probably more than that 5 or 10% better, but they're also obsessively expensive. And if I'm buying a new tablet in the next year or so, am I willing to spend that money on the Cintiq? Yeah, unfortunately I am. Do I like this, that the Wacom basically has this like market cornered and is charging us a lot for Cintiq tablets when like Huion and whatever is like 5 times less expensive? No, but I'm also not going to hurt my career and use a lesser tablet in the name of like not supporting Wacom or whatever. Wacom's fine. I don't have any like moral judgment against any of these companies. I'll just do what's best for me. But it makes for an interesting, sort of thought experiment for artists as like, what should you do? You know? The new program is daunting, but worth it if you don't want to deal with the shitty things. It's always up to the user. Yeah, it is. It you know, but like also I'm trying to get into Blender because like my like Ella makes dice, and I want to 3D model things for her dice. Like one thing she wants to start doing, she wants to start making diorama dice. So these cool D20s. That's not what a D20 looks like. Whatever. With like these dioramas in them of like a sword in like an altar or something like that. You know, or whatever. I'll make these cool dioramas for her dice and put like a big shield there or whatever. And like, I don't know, fucking dragon skull. And I want to 3D model these cool things for her so that we can print them out of our resin printer and put them as little inserts in her D20s. In her big chunks. And then so I have to learn how to paint minis again, which I haven't painted a mini in many years. So I have to buy the materials and paint and whatever and do that stuff to be able to paint minis again. So I have to 3D model this entire thing, and then I have to be able to paint it, and then I can give it to Ella and she can cast it in her dice and then blow the competition out of the water. And so it's like I want to learn Blender, and so it's like, do I want to? If I'm going to spend, let's say 10 hours, which I think is a realistic amount of time to learn software, creative software. People are like, oh, you can learn Blender in an hour. Shut up. No, you can't. You can learn how to make a stick. But let's be real here. 10 hours, I think, is a reasonable amount of time to say you can mostly learn your software, whether it's Blender, Photoshop, Premiere, whatever. Let's just say 10 hours. A full day, couple of days, or a little bit through an entire week. And it's like, if I'm going to do that, am I going to do that if the next time I can find that time, am I going to do that for Clip just so I can not be part of Photoshop's bullshit? Or am I going to learn Blender so I can help Ella with her dice business? And it's like, it's one of those things. It's like, there's not really a great right answer there. So it's frustrating, you know? Artists will stop when the cost gets too high. They will if they don't make enough money on it, like with the software. Most of the reason why people don't like Clip is because they can't afford it. Clip is very popular amongst artists that don't make much money. And that's like a shitty thing to say in a dumb reality, but it's true. There are, don't get me wrong, exceptions, tons of really high-end artists that prefer Clip. But of artists that are successful in the industry, whether it is concept artists at studios, whatever, the vast majority of them prefer Photoshop. If you walk through Team 2 at Blizzard, the World of Warcraft team, while like artists are working, I did this. I noticed this when Chris Robinson invited me and Ella and our and Dashto to see Team 2 inside of Team 2 in a tour, like a personalized tour from the art director of World of Warcraft, one of the greatest experiences of my life, to be honest. I took intense note as to what software and hardware their artists were using.
Here are some bits for your new Cintiq.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it, Atari. Everything helps. You have no idea. So thanks, dude. I appreciate that. I just need a bunch more. Then we gotta do some Cintiq. Fucking let's go. Thank you, Atari. That's very generous of you, my friend. And most of the, like, so between Cintiqs or Intuoses, it was actually pretty well split. There were a lot of high-end artists, like professional artists at Blizzard, that chose not to use the $5,000 tablet. They chose to use the $500 stylus tablet. Fair. But I didn't see a single piece of software that wasn't Photoshop up on any screen. Not a single artist in that office. Not even one. Not even like an iPad with Procreate or Clip open. I saw it was an infinite ocean of Photoshop for a reason. And so professionals that are making a livable income don't give a fuck if Photoshop wants to charge them $60 a month for Photoshop. So you're absolutely right. The cost will get too high, and for many artists it has, and that's why they use Procreate or Clip or whatever. But the problem is that cost has to be way, way, way higher for professional artists to want to switch. And Photoshop knows that. Adobe knows that. That's why they can extort so much. That's why they're sub fee. That's one of the reasons why Photoshop is in trouble with the fucking government right now. I retweeted this for everyone that follows me on Twitter. For both of you that follow me on Twitter, you saw this. But I retweeted this shit. Breaking news, the US government is suing Adobe. It's accusing the company of harming consumers by enrolling them in the most expensive subscription plans without clearly disclosing the huge early termination fees. Fees can reach hundreds of dollars. See more in the thread from the FTC chair, Lena Khan, below. FTC has taken action against Adobe and two executives for pushing people into subscriptions and making them it absurdly hard to cancel. Adobe ambushed users with hefty early termination fees and threw up obstacles when they tried to cancel. And yet all of this isn't enough to make the professional artists. When you're working at Blizzard as a, let's just say, a senior or principal artist, and you make $150,000 a year, this and Photoshop's bullshit AI stuff and Photoshop's moral this and that and Adobe's bad practices and this and that, whatever you want to complain about Photoshop, doesn't matter. The tool, if it's 10% better than Clip, will still be used by these professionals. So that's the issue, you know. It's like, what do you do then as an artist, man? It's fucking tough. It's annoying. It's frustrating. It's rebel inducing. I should just go download Rebel 7. I should have gotten this shit was on Humble Bundle for $50. And Cobalt told me about it and I didn't buy it, and I'm mad. I'm mad at Cobalt for not making me buy it. I'm mad at him for being a bad friend. Yeah, fuck, man. Only 540,000 more bits needed in this hype train. Yeah, can we get just a quick 540,000 bit hype train? Y'all mind? I never ask for shit on stream, but y'all mind just a quick, you know, you like say, yo, can I get a follow if you like the video on YouTube? Can I just get a quick 540,000, you know, bits for a new tablet? Just one time, real quick. Any oil princes? Any tech royalty? No, I'll get the tablet sooner rather than later. It's just I gotta figure it out. But I'm very serious about buying a new tablet. I really want the new Cintiq Pro. So company probably gave them it. Yeah. Well, for tablets, yeah. But a lot of these artists also have personal copies to do stuff like at home and whatnot. And so you're right about that, actually, Chase, is that the company does pay for it. And so the company doesn't care. They'll still pay for it, which it's like, then it's a different thing. But that sort of ethos of how to operate as an artist still persists through when you see artists that go freelance and on their own. They still all choose to use the same software and hardware. It is the same shit, unfortunately. If you're our industry and your employer provides the software, you don't care how much it costs. Exactly, yeah. Curious how much of Adobe subs come from large enterprise subs versus independents. I would say that their money, like, if I had to guess, I would say that most of their money comes from individuals. Individual video editors, individual photographers, individual artists, as well as hobbyists that want to use the tool, as well as amateurs trying to get into the industry by using the tools, as well as professionals that have the tools on hand so they can still use their professional tools outside of their work environment. I would be surprised if it was more than 60-40 for individuals for income, for individuals to corporations or enterprise or whatever. But I would be surprised if it was less. Like within like a 10% sort of deviation. But I don't know. That probably that data probably exists. How much of Adobe income comes from individual users? Let's see how wrong I am. Adobe stock breakdown. How does Adobe make money? Let's see exactly how wrong and dumb I am. I don't want to disable my ad blocker, Forbes. Fuck it, I'll open it in Chrome. God damn it. Chrome an ad blocker? I don't think so. I use it for stream only. No. Let's see. Adobe stock crash after the company announced $20 billion acquisition of Rising Creative Software. When was this? September 2022. Okay, so it's recent enough-ish. It's estimated over 90% of the world's creative professionals use Photoshop for business. Adobe reported net income of $1.14 billion, revenue of $4.43 billion for the period. Estimated more than 400 billion PDFs reviewed with Adobe products last year, and we can't ignore how popular the company has become. Annual revenue was $15 billion for 2021, 22% increase from 2022. Adobe reported record-setting revenue figure of $4.5 billion, making a 13% year-over-year. There are 3 revenue streams when you look at Adobe's earning report. Subscriptions. This section brought in $4.1 billion for the last quarter, which represented 93% of the company's revenue. But it doesn't say how that is broken down. The sector brought in $126 million for the most recent quarter. For product, services, and others, $179 million. Okay, so it doesn't say what the breakdown is, but I wonder. Because like an Adobe team license is not that expensive. Adobe Creative Cloud license. And the Creative Cloud I don't think will represent as much as the Acrobat download, like the Acrobat market will represent. See plans. Creative Cloud. By now. I have a team. So, Creative Cloud on all apps per license. $2 1 extra sessions per year. How many people can you put on this? Admin console for managing licenses, job posting. Select number of licenses. Okay, let's do 10 plus. What does it go to? Oh, so it's that per person. I don't think that works that way. I think I don't know. The real question is the Acrobat Pro licenses. This is the one where Adobe's going to make the most of their money. Right here. It's not Photoshop. It's not Premiere. It's not InDesign. It's not Illustrator. It's not After Effects. It's not any of these weird things like InCopy or Audition or Lightroom. It's certainly not fucking Dreamweaver. It's not Typekit. It's gonna be Acrobat for most businesses, because basically every business is gonna use Acrobat to like manage their PDFs and stuff. So I don't know. Be curious. How much of Adobe's revenue is generated by big video game company for Photoshop and Creative Cloud specifically, by big company versus Little Evan? Interesting. Well, I don't plan on switching anytime soon, but the pane of glass has begun to crack. Let's just say that
The glass is not broken. The dam is not broken. I'm not imminently planning on switching, but I will say there are cracks in the foundation. The glass has begun to crack for me, and we'll see. I'm not loyal to any software or any hardware or anything like that. There are certain things I prefer. I prefer to use Windows, even though I'm a creative professional, over Apple. But Apple could easily earn my business back. I've had Apple products, mandatorily Apple products, because when you worked at, or when you were in school, at the art school I went to, you had to use an Apple MacBook Pro. You had to buy one, or else they could fail you because you don't have the right software and hardware. So I had a MacBook Pro for a long time. I have an iPad Pro that I use occasionally. But as far as like PC goes, I have no intention of using Apple products. I don't like them. As far as phone goes, zero intention to use Apple products, unless problems with privacy and Google continue to persist, and then I could be convinced. But I have no loyalty. I have no brand loyalty or love. If Apple earns my business, then fucking hell yeah, bro. If Rebel or Clip or Huion earn my business, I'll happily switch. But as of yet, I'm content. I was gonna say I'm happy using Photoshop, but I'm not happy. I'm content to use Photoshop. Are you surprised, impressed if it's mostly single licensing? Yeah, maybe. Pretty sure it's probably 60-40 in there. I think it's pretty high. Like, I think single-use licenses would be surprisingly high. Everyone uses Acrobat, including many governments around the world. Yeah, it's standard. So I'd wonder how much of Adobe's income comes from Acrobat only subscriptions. They'll probably never release that kind of data, but like, I don't think anyone's surprised or cares that most of Adobe's revenue comes from subscriptions and not products. I don't think anyone could even name one Adobe product or service, or like cloud service, Typekit stuff. So I'm not sure if like the graphic design tools like Typekit actually cost anything extra. I don't think they do. I think it's all built in free, because I know that's a big thing with Creative Cloud, is they're like, you can get Typekit for free and it's all like commercial licensable, and you're like, cool. So I can do big things for big business and not have to buy the license for the typeface. There's nothing worse than like, you are a graphic designer and a big business. Most businesses that I've worked for, that I've done graphic design for, don't like if it's freelance stuff, they want to simplify the like if you are a high-end graphic designer, never nickel and dime your client. Never be like, oh well, I have to download a new software for this. No, you're charging them $10,000 for a branding project. Like, pay the $80 for the software, you fucking goblin. So when it comes to like licensings for stuff, a good like client designer relationship, like, you'll just buy the licenses for the typefaces you need to use and things like that, or whatever elements you're using. But it is annoying as shit when you buy a commercial license for a typeface, like an expensive one, like more than $100, and you and your client agree on it. It's the thing that you say is the strongest solution. Your client trusts you, they defer, whatever, and then you spend the money on the license for it, and then your client comes back and says, geez, well, it turns out that that Janet wasn't in the meeting, and Janet didn't like the typeface, so... And you're like, so poor Janet? No, so we're gonna have to... I think Janet's right, you know? So, like, yeah, I don't know. And Steve wasn't super happy with it, and, like, I don't know, I thought I was listening to you, but, like, Janet and Steve don't like it, so can we go with a different one? Can we go with this other one? And you're like, I already purchased the license because that meeting was 2 weeks ago and you signed off on it. Then you consider charging them. You're like, okay, sure, but like, you know, whatever. Just make sure you get your clients to sign off on approvals, and then it's easier. But I don't know. I'd be surprised if any of that has to do with Photoshop. Janet had to be a Karen. So did Steven, man. That's one thing that I have PTSD from. Like I refuse to do work now. Well, not refuse. Everyone has their price. You can dangle enough money in my front of my face for me to agree to work for you in this fashion. But I almost always refuse group projects. If a person says, "Hey, I want you to draw our entire party," because I vet my clients with a strong gut check, strong vibe check. There are men like working with a bad client is the worst thing. It'll make you hate art. Like it'll suck from your passion, and you won't want to do this. You won't want to push through those bad days. So I try my absolute hardest to avoid bad clients, and I can tell a bad client from the first about probably couple of interactions with them if they're going to be a challenge to work with. When it comes to like, I don't mean to graphic design now, I mean as like a commissioned artist that does D&D characters for people. And so one thing I don't do is I don't work for more than one person. So it's like I made this mistake. I did a party early on in my D&D Twitch career. I did a full party. This person said, "Hey, whatever, looking for 4 characters. Can you do this?" And I was like, "Sure." I was like really happy to get a commission or whatever. And one party member was a beautiful soul to work for. He said, "Your art is fantastic. I would not dream to tell you how to design a character or make any changes to your designs. You are the man. Make me beautiful." And I was like, "Okay, dog." And I made him a character based on a couple of requests. Like he wanted to have a goatee, and he wanted to like, because he wanted to like have like certain features. I want a goatee and I want like a top knot. And I'm like, cool, whatever. That was it. And I had one of the party members was a bit annoying. They were like, they definitely liked the luxury of being able to tell an artist what to do. And it's like, some people want to pay for that. And it's like, okay, sure, man. Like, yeah, you know, that they're the yes, sir, no, sir client where you're like, "Oh, wow. You want me to, instead of that coat, you want me to do this coat?" "Yes, sir." And they're like, they feel satisfied with themselves that they were like part of the process. They're like, "I'm helping." And they're like, "Sure, man, like whatever. It's supposed to be fun. If that's what you want, like I'm not mad about it." It's like a little annoying, but it's kind of cute and endearing because ultimately they still like respect what you're doing. Then I had a third party member was whatever. They were pretty chill. They were easy to do. And then there was the fourth party member, and they put me through the fucking ringer. They asked me for something and gave me the description, and then went back on it and didn't like it and didn't like the way I handled it and whatever, and made me do revisions and revisions and revisions. And then when I did the final thing, they were like, "No, it's not what I want at all. Like here's what I want." And they gave me this Pinterest board of the exact hairstyle, the exact whatever, the face reference, all this shit. And I was just like, I didn't complain about it too much. I didn't charge for extra revisions. I just wanted the fucking project over with. So I sent that player their thing. I kind of strong-armed the project to be finished a little bit because I'm like, "Okay, here are the revisions you want. Okay, thanks, bye." You know, because they'd already asked for revision number like 5 or whatever on their own character. And the head of the party, the DM paid me for the thing, and it was like, great, happy, cool. Never doing that again. I am never not meeting my clients first, right? And then the other lesson that I learned is I don't work for more than one person when it comes to one character design. Because I had one character that I did that was a miserable fucking revision process where a guy was pretty chill to work for. I was like, this is going to be cool. Like, I thought I vetted him out pretty well. I was like, yeah, he's going to be pretty chill. He's like, seems like he's on the same page with me in a lot of things. This will be nice. Like, sure, it'll be fun. And I did it for him, and he definitely was that person that wanted to be part of the process. Remember I said like the guy that wanted to make some changes just so he wanted to be yes sir'd. And it's like, all right, man, sure, whatever. I'll make you feel like the boss. Like sure, bro, you're paying me the money for it. Like, hey, it's supposed to be fun. If you want to be part of the process, like, fine, like, sure. You know, so he like made a couple of like demanding changes, but it's like nothing was too egregious that I wouldn't put my like name on it. And it was fine. I did it for him. I was happy to do it. But then at the end of it, he's like, I sent him, I'm like, okay, we did the last revisions. Here it is after everything. Here's the project. There you go. Voila. Would you like it in a portrait form as well? And what email can I send this as well as the invoice to? And the guy was like, whoa, this looks great, man. I love it. But hold on there. I gotta get approval. And I was like, approval? What? He's like, yeah, I gotta make sure my wife likes it. And I had a bad feeling about that. Comes back the next day, says, oh, my wife doesn't like this thing. And I said, do you like it? He's like, well, I was okay with it, but like my wife makes a good point and whatever. So like, can we change that? I was like, sure. Why not? Sure. I had already finished everything, by the way. And I was like, sure, fine, whatever. It took me longer than it should to make a small change because it had already been kind of like approved and collapsed and painted over and whatever. And hindsight, I should have said that's going to cost more because that's a revision post project and whatnot. And this is blah, blah, blah. But you know, I was just, I wanted out. I wanted money. I wanted out. I was like, let's just resolve this and I don't have to worry about this anymore. So do I want peace or justice in that moment? And I was like, I want peace. So I just did it. And then he's like, wow, that was great. My wife, while she was looking at it, she said this morning that she was looking at it again last night. And she said she didn't like this thing either. She doesn't understand why his hand's like that. Like she said, why is his hand like that? I was like, well, because he's casting a spell. She's like, yeah, she said that it looked like he's like holding on to something, but he's like casting a spell. So shouldn't the magic be coming out of his fingertips instead of like holding it in his hand? So I had him like a little like fireball thingy. I was like, sure. We are getting into paid revision territory, though. I just wanted to let you know, bro. And he's like, oh, man, okay, yeah, sure. So just that. And I was like, great. So I made the change, sent it off the next day. Didn't hear back from him for about 3 or 4 days. And he said, hey, so I had D&D last night. My players all loved it. But one of my players didn't understand why is this thing like this? It was like some shadow thing. I was like, because it's in shadows. And you can't really see it because the light. He's like, oh, well, you should be able to see it, I think. So I was like, okay. I'll make the change and then I'll email it off to you. So where can I email the change and the invoice to? And he's like, oh, sure, this, whatever. So if I get the sense that I'm working for more than one person and I need to earn more than one person's approval for a project, I will also turn that down, you know? You learn these lessons, man. And I'm glad I learned a lot of lessons. But even though I learned a lot when I was doing my graphic design days, I feel like I also wasn't really prepared for the differences that come from commissioned art, and for doing character designs and stuff. And I still love it. I've never let a bad experience change like I've had some bad commissions that you guys will never see. I have fully finished projects, but like I totally am like reserve the right to not show a project when I finish it. And if somebody asks me, they're like, hey, I want this changed. And I'm like, oh, sure. I mean, like, I don't think that's a great change. Like the reason we did it this way is to help communicate this thing. And if we change it like this, it's gonna be a little bit weird. So that's the reason why I wanted to do it this way. And you know, just so you know, that's the thinking behind it. How do you feel about that? And a lot of people are like, oh, okay, I didn't see the, you know, the reasoning behind it. That makes sense. Like, cool. I'm on board with that. And occasionally people are like, yeah, I don't know, man. I think that's fine, but like I really don't like that. So can we change it? And if it's a change that I think is detrimental to the piece, where I'm like, I don't want people thinking I made that design choice, I won't post it. And I've done a couple of pieces in my time, not anything recently, thank God, but I've done like 3 or 4 or 5 maybe pieces that I've never posted on social media anywhere. I never worked on it on stream or anything like that, because I'm like, I do not want people thinking I made this choice. So it's hard, man. A lot of artists out there, when they first start doing commissions and taking things like that, don't really know how to navigate that field. But I also think that, like, I don't believe that there's like a bad client. I think that there's just like clients that don't fit well with you and mesh well with you. And like, I have friends that I would never work for, that I've like done stuff with and been like, you are a micromanaging weirdo and I don't want to work with you. But I think that if you want to micromanage an artist the entire way through the process, and you think you know better than them and you want to do that the entire way, if you are paying money for your piece, you absolutely deserve to have that exact experience you want. I don't think that makes you a client from hell, a nightmare, whatever. I think that just makes you a demanding client. And if you're paying money for it, man, you're allowed to be demanding. And there's lots of artists that do not care about that. They're like, I don't care, man. If they want like dumb revisions and stuff and all this stuff, like if they're paying for it, they're just kind of struggling. Like, no, doesn't matter to me. You should be able to get that. And I'm not, so I don't want, if you're the kind of person where you're like, oh, well, I kind of want like the artist to do exactly what I want and whatever, like Evan's making me feel like I'm like a bad client or whatever. Nah, dog, you should be able to have the exact experience you want. It's just, it's going to be harder to find an artist that's willing to do that. But
Ivan Blahart, Ivan Blahart, Ivan Blahart.
It should be the way, you should be able to get what you want out of it. Nick Bluff, thank you for the 42 months. Holy shit. How you doing, Nick Bluff? What's up? I noticed that it felt a little more creatively genius in here, and I was like, ooh, what is that? Did anybody else get that? It just felt a little bit more creatively genius in here, and I was like, why is that? Oh, McBluff came in. That'd be why. So there it is. What's up, McBluff? How you doing? How project's been? I first seen the full backstory in PDF, referencing full Pinterest board, then wanting to haggle the price after it's done. Ooh. I have never had since I started streaming, I've never had a substantial post-project haggle. Haven't had to deal with that, thankfully. So I'm hearing this would be a great situation for generative AI. I mean, there's lots of artists that will do exactly and precisely what you want. But like, can I say something that sounds a little arrogant right now? And I'm aware of it, and I need help phrasing this. So I'm gonna say it, and it's gonna sound a little brutal. It's gonna sound a little stuck up, a little arrogant. And I hope that you can discern my meaning from it, and what my intent is, and maybe someone has a better way of wording it that I can use. But sometimes I wonder why someone's paying an artist to do a design for them if they think they know better. Vision's one thing, but like I really do well working with people that have like a vision. Like, I want a rogue that feels like this, and they like that, and they're cool, and they got this whole thing, and they got this like they like parasail, so they have like need to have like wings that pop out and shit, and you're like, okay, that's great. But if somebody goes down to the minute detail of exactly and precisely what this character is supposed to look like, I wonder why you're hiring an artist to do a design for you. If the artist, you know, like, I don't know. Especially if you like the artist's work. Where I've had that before, where someone's like, hey man, I love your art, I love what you do, I love everything about it. I'm like, oh, geez, man, that's so nice of you to say. And they're like, yeah, I'd really love you to do a character design for me. I'm like, sure. And then they want to change everything that I like suggest for the character design. And it seems a little strange to me. Where it's like, you want me to do this thing? And they're like, yeah, I want you to do this thing. I'm like, oh, well, I don't know. I've never really done that before, or that style, or that whatever. And they want something completely different than anything you've ever done or ever demonstrated that you like can or have been willing to do. I don't know, man. This feels a little weird. Like, I'm not mad. I'm just confused sometimes. Like, where someone asking me to draw anime art. They're like, man, I love your art. I'm like, oh, thanks, bro. Yeah, I love that commission you did. And you posted on Twitter last week. I'm like, oh, thanks so much. Yeah, I liked it. I showed all my friends. They all thought it was wicked. I'm like, oh, holy shit, thank you. They're like, yeah, but I really need you to do anime. I'm like, what? What? I don't, though. Yeah, this one's got to be an anime character. What? What? Probably because Midjourney can't quite get it right, no matter how many prompts they put in. Ah, shit. That's what it is. Just been done for a bit, so I've been drawing a lot more. How you feeling better? I am. I took those unfortunate fucking 3 weeks off, which sucked, and I've emerged from my chrysalis, feeling great. I feel fantastic. I feel strong and healthy. I feel rested, at least as rested as I can be. I'd take a couple more days off to go to GameCon with Ella, but I'm so glad that I was feeling up to it. GameCon didn't take much out of me. I'm like, it was tiring, obviously, but it wasn't like exhausting, you know? I feel back in a lot of ways in Bluff. I've dealt with a lot of problems, health issues and stuff that got very, very, very serious last month. For me anyway, and for whatever. Anyway. And I kind of haven't felt like myself for a while, and I feel like I've healed and recovered, done a bunch of things that I need to, made some changes that I am feeling like I'm kind of alive again. You know, I'm sort of doing it, kind of in the thick of all of it, hopefully thriving. I hope it wasn't too apparent that I was like struggling for the last little while on stream. Well, because I'm never really unhappy or struggling whilst on stream. But the outside stuff, kind of people were like wondering where projects were, where things were, what was happening with certain things, and like, you know, fair, reasonable. And I think it was apparent to the discerning eye. But I kind of feel like I'm I'm feeling better than I have in a while, like all year, maybe since last summer. It's pretty cool. Feeling pretty good. Back at the gym, back to losing weight pretty substantially. Lost 15 pounds in 1 month now, which is pretty good. I'm hoping to lose another 25 by the end of the summer. That's my goal. Then I only have a little bit more to lose, I think, maybe. I don't know, actually. I have no idea what my target weight's going to be. So, back to being healthy, back to focusing and prioritizing on things, and back to growing and learning new stuff and painting. I started painting. Oh, Bluff, I want to show these to you. Maybe you'll hold on. I want to show my artist friends. I want to show you. I started painting again. Check this out. I don't want to accidentally get booba. So I started doing this on stream, whatever. But I started painting like classically again. And this is about half hour, 45 minutes into the painting. But I started doing like old sort of like whatever painting. So I'm doing 2 Astral Knights moving through a little market. And I'm really excited to be back to like struggling through these kind of paintings and doing something out of my comfort zone again, because this is the kind of painting that I wanted to get back to. Stuff like, you know, stuff like this. Like this painting like returned me a little bit to like the classical style of painting, even though it's not like a figure or anything complex or like even complex lighting. But now I'm actually trying something that's like somewhat difficult lighting and whatever and all this kind of stuff. So I'm back. It's like I'm back to growing, you know, which is something that's a really fun feeling to have again. So yeah, I'm good. I appreciate you asking after me and the concern, but I'm feeling great. I'm doing it. Partners often has a very clear idea what she wants the character to look like, but doesn't know how to translate to the page. So when I work with her on design, she's very good at describing the vibe and necessary details, like specific hairstyles and inspirations, but trusts me to figure out the shape, language, silhouette, major details, all that jazz. Yeah, and I think that's a great, like I don't mind clients that know what they want. Absolutely not. If you're like, yeah, man, I really want this or that or whatever, it's like, sure. But like sometimes you have to change things as an artist to make it work, and people don't trust you to do that. That's when there's a problem. So how do people doing sci-fi art, like cyberkinetics and stuff like that? I haven't done any sci-fi art in years, and I want to. There's a couple of things I want to do. I want to draw Ella and Dashto's characters from our Star Wars game. That's kind of sci-fi. And then I have a dumb, like, I've realized more and more I need to stop talking about my goals. So I think you take power away from yourself when you talk about your goals in some way. And one thing that I want to do, though, I'll just lightly reference it. I really want to do some stuff for some projects that I want to work for. And do like some like commercial artwork for certain companies and projects. And a couple of them are sci-fi projects. And like one of them was at GameCon, and I was like, I talked to someone, I'm like, man, I really want to do art for you guys at some point in time. You know, I got to figure out how to like go through the process. And dude was like, you just apply, man. Like people, fewer artists than you think apply to our studio. And I was like, really? He's like, oh yeah. He's like, way fewer than you think. It's so specialized. It's this like niche mecha stuff. And I was like, fuck, man, I'd kill to have a piece of art, let's do a piece of art for this project. And he was like, apply, man. Just do it. Just send your portfolio. Like, just fucking send it. I was like, shit, dog. So I want to get back into sci-fi art because I haven't done it in a long time. It'll take me a little while to get back into the hang of things and get back into the groove of it. But sometime in the next year, I think I'm going to try and make a real big push stab at it. I feel like I'm able to start growing and expanding again. You know, PM on your Discord. It'll be a bit. It'll be a while before I'm ready to take any like ambitious sci-fi projects. But yeah, I'm definitely, it's something I'm going to try and intentionally do. So it's not just something I'm willing to do, it's something I'm intentionally going to be pursuing, which is really exciting. So yeah, man. Just finished the style study. I did one of my characters in the Hades 2 art style. They did a quick study of one of the game's backgrounds. Did you post it? Because I'll admit I didn't check my Discord all weekend when I was in Edmonton. Is it there? Did you post it? I'm really curious as to how you approach the Hades style, because that's really specific. He does an amazing style, yeah. Hades is from the company that did Bastion, right? I don't remember that studio's name, but they did Bastion as well. Am I wrong with that? And I think Transistor after that. I'm tempted to play Hades. I've heard nothing but good things about it, but you know, who plays games? Am I right? What a fucking weird nerd thing to do. Supergiant. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, Supergiant is the one studio I think that gets away with being artsy. Like, you know, there's a big problem with like game publishers or game devs. They make art. They make games for other game devs that players don't give a fuck about. There's tons of like artsy projects that win awards for games that nobody likes or cares about. And you have people that pretend to like and care about video games talking about how good the game is, but nobody gives a shit about it because it's like artsy and dumb. Supergiant's one of those studios that actually, like one of the only that actually gets to make like artsy sort of for games industry for other game dev style games, but also hits the mainstream player base, which makes them a superpower. They actually make real like they actually make games as art, but also games as games, which is kind of cool. You know, if you're not talking about your goals, for me the worst is when I show an early draft of something to someone and get validation, making it much harder to actually follow through and finish. Pepe laugh. Where's my Astral Knight theme? Where is it? I met one of the guys I met at GameCon. Byron was a composer by the name of Autumn Orange, and he's done a bunch of stuff for like Critical Role and shit. Like, it's pretty cool. He's done stuff for like big like YouTubers and shit, like Ginny D and whatever. And he's done stuff for Critical Role. And he was really impressed because he was like, "Yo, man, music's so important for D&D." I was like, "I agree, bro. I just got like a friend of mine is this like composer, 26,000 monthly listeners. That's huge." And he was so impressed that we had our own album. He was really, really nice, like super, super nice. Really liked him a lot. Wish I got more chances to chat. Super cool, dude. Super cool work. Very, very happy to meet. We talked about art and stuff a little bit. So, shut up. Pepe laugh. Okay. I mean, Dashto is pretty amazing and talented and skilled. Dashto is all those things. I'm impressed thoroughly. At least I was back when Dashto made stuff. Looking forward to D&D this week. Byron, who should I do the portrait of Remington with? If I have Charlotte and Embra, and I'm gonna do Jacqueline and Limitos. What do I do with Remington? You guys don't have any other NPCs to draw Remington with? Remington and Lord Exthenbald. Just average-sized man Remington and the colossal giant of a human that is Lord Exthenbald. I was listening on the way home from Edmonton. I was listening to Lord Exthenbald's Dread Harpsichord in the car after listening to Cake Pop for 3 hours. And Ella was like, "You can't just be broody, Evan. Stop being an ancient Sith." And I was like, "But this is my broody music. Dashto made it for me. I get to be broody to this music. I get to listen to Lord Exthenbald's Dread Harpsichord." Well, he didn't make it for me, but for our project. You know what I mean? Dashton's 2 days not making LDR music, and suddenly he's not doing anything SMH. 2 days? Is this the European in you not mixing up? Like, do you guys call months days in France or whatever fucking communist country you live in now? Is that what you call months? You call it a day? Just a quick day? 30, is that? I don't know. Everybody can be friends with the questionably sane old music director. Remington doesn't want to be friends with the painted with the ridiculously attractive Nyathar composer. You want to be friends with her? Painted in a special portrait with her? If I tell you that June 23rd, all Parisians have decided to poop in this in the Sienna? I don't know what that word is. I don't speak French. I'm sorry. Doma Zero, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome. I think your sense of time has been messed up with your exhaustion and gastrointestinal distress. It's been 2 days. It's been 2 days? Oh no, I thought months have passed. Oh no, you mean it's still February? Ah, shit. France is currently falling apart, business as usual. I mean, sure, like, if I don't hear that on the news every couple of weeks that France is in some sort of distress, socioeconomically, politically, socially, I worry. Well, stay safe, bud. Don't go outside. Don't piss off any Parisians by attempting to speak French to them. They hate that shit. Is there anywhere in France, Guapo, where they appreciate an effort to speak French? Is it just Paris that hates that? Or does anyone like actually like, oh shit, look at this North American bastard trying to speak French. What an effort. All right, man. Come on, little guy. Let's practice this. Let's do it, bro. Or is it all just Madge? No, damn. President said he's going to swim in the water to prove it's clean enough for the Olympics. Oh, that's the river. Okay. That's hilarious. All right, well, stay away from the river, I guess. Oh, man. I'm not going to France anytime soon. I don't even want to go to France, bro. I want to go to Monaco. I want to go to Monaco and pretend that I'm like the son of like a, I don't know, like an Eastern European diplomat or something. That's what I want. I want to pretend that I have a yacht somewhere. I want to give off yacht vibes for a weekend. That's what I want to do. I'm not going to France. What do you mean Nice, France? More like ass France. Go to Monaco, bro. Rent a Rolls Royce. Wear a hoodie out to buy expensive coffee, and so someone doesn't know if I'm like a tech billionaire or not. I'm some like Mark Zuckerberg looking fat dude, or you know. Art Alana, what's up? How you doing, bro? What's chillin'? The actual Alachad. Poking her head back onto Twitch just inside time for Elden Ring DLC. Fucking content genius. Hyping for Elden Ring DLC? What? Hey, listen, regardless of the reasons, good to see you, Alana. How you doing, man? I missed you, bro. Oh, God. Okay, well, there it is, I guess. I feel like I want to play this one. You ever do art feedback for Hades style attempt and background study in a bit? Don't want to interrupt the work for. You have, oh yeah, do it. Let's get it. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, fuck it. Let me just get it. Wasn't there an art redeem earlier? Who did I just fucking ignore for an art redeem? Let me scroll down. Who did I just straight arm ignore for an art redeem? Ashley was today. Lady Soja. Hold on, I need to at Lady Soja in general. At Lady Soja. I missed the redeem. I am so sorry. Okay. Where is it? Studies driven person feedback. Finish work. Finish work. Yo, dude, this looks so good. What the fuck? Where are you at? Why isn't it loading? This looks good, man. Look at your colors. Look at your colors coming along. Look at the hair. Look at the anatomy. We might need to work on the arm anatomy. This is legit, dude. How'd you find the study? Have you been working on your world? Doma, about 4 years we've been doing stuff on Twitch. I think it's 4 years of characters and concept art and stuff. And only now, Doma, am I publishing the first adventure. And it's gonna be free, because I think that's cool. And then if people like it, then I'll do a Kickstarter for the second one. So I'm finally getting around to actually making it accessible for players instead of just random mechanics and lore and stuff. But yeah, about 4 years on Twitch is my full-time thing, in addition to doing commissions for people. But yeah, it's been a while now. The arm should be up a bit. Yeah, it's all good. It still fits into the Hades style. How did you find? So okay, so amazing. Notes are hard for stylistic studies because the problem is it's not within the finished product. It's more about the actual process of studying it. So I want to ask you, how did you find the process of it? What was the, like, what did you glean about your own art? Tell me about the lesson you learned about your own process and your own style of communicating elements that you learned something new from Hades and Supergiant style. I don't think the arm looks fine. I mean, yeah, so like, what's showing there? Which flexor is that? It's which one is it? The Ulnaris, I think. Okay, I don't know the anatomy words, but like you're so there's okay. So don't forget that like when you're working with arm anatomy, like it's all connected. So you have him kind of like looking like this, right? This muscle has to bend and bleed and tighten and then expand into it sort of like wraps up in between your bicep and tricep. And so when you extend the muscle out, you see it kind of pulling in between these muscle groups, right? And then as you like contract it and you flex it out, whether like the wrist is up like this, and you'd see it more if it was like if the wrist was the other way, you'd see that sort of group more. But you have it like kind of flexed out as if he's got his arm like that, which is like fine. He's just like really jacked. But the problem is like on both sides here, they both oh, I'm trying to show them on the wrong side there. They both bleed up into and around your bicep, and the bicep kind of pinches into the muscles that sort of go in underneath everything. Like both flexors on both sides of your arm, they kind of wrap around it. And so you want to think about that when you're drawing arms and legs, that the kneecap is such a good way of the kneecap is a good way of breaking up the leg. The elbow, not so much, right? Because we see that we see arms from the front more than we see them from the back. And when you do the back, you want to make sure that there's sort of that feeling of muscles, like you don't want the muscles to end and then continue down the arm like it does on this. It ends the flex muscle ends and then still continues down the arm. That's really gonna, that puffy sort of like muscle like flexing is gonna go all the way and wrap in. So it's like, but that's like, just because Guapo said was curious, that's not enough of an issue to give a shit about. Don't listen to me. This doesn't fucking matter, right? The point is the stylistic stuff. No, like don't worry about the little anatomy bullshit details. No one cares. No one asked. But I'm curious as to what kind of lessons you got from it. Hair cells are actually super polished when you look at it. Plus it's very thin outline than I do. They have a lot of black sheds that make you think all the lines are thicker. It's really fun though, trying to understand where I needed to work on, challenging myself to add detail. Yeah, I'm seeing you use like more gradients and more like kind of cell shaded shapes. I see a really big improvement in your painting, like blending and shadow shaping and stuff. Not just the Hades like style of like lines and bullshit, but like just in your way of like rendering and shit like that. I like it. I think it's great. I think it's a fantastic fucking style. I think it's important to do, and I'd like do more because that's fucking fantastic. Did you post that shit? Did you add Hades? You should do that shit. I need to do more art. Do more art, Alana. Why don't you do an art right now? We're all chilling doing art here. Dorkin's doing art. Guapo's doing art. Dasho's thinking about doing art. Bluff's doing art. Why aren't you doing art? Just get out your pencil crayons, bro. You're saying it's a huge jacked man. It's not as huge and or jacked man as my preference for men in fantasy. As we all know, my passion in life is Warcrafty and big, hairy, sweaty men. But it's a Wolverine out of 10, I guess. So I'm technically still working. You're technically on the clock right now. Good. Me too. Technically, I'm also supposed to be still working. Technically, I don't stop working when I end stream, which sucks. But I was thinking about staying live one day, the entire day, and taking you guys through an entire work day for me. That I think would get really boring though, because it'd be like, all right, now I'm gonna do studies for 25 minutes. Watch me draw almost naked men for the next half hour. Unless cloud study is taking longer than I expected this evening. What do you mean? You just draw the clouds? Yeah, you just get them. You just do it. What's supposed to take long about it? Emperor's huge, big, sweaty cat boys. Gotcha. I said what I said. I made my piece. The shell shading was super interesting to work with. Trying to be super blocky with the highlights was particularly, or in the particular manner that they are in the Hades style was weird because it didn't look right till the very end of adding the highlights. Yeah, you know what's really interesting is if you look at Bridgman, your approach to cell shading is the same and should be the same as Bridgman's approach to lighting the human figure in his pencil studies. And sometimes it can make your brain sort of think about it in a slightly different way when you do that. But sometimes if you're trying to understand how to like do the Bridgman method of lighting the human figure, doing something like comic book cell shading and painting will inform that. So it's really cool. It's why these like studies are really useful. But I think the study's amazing. I think it's honestly like, I don't know, bro. This is actually really super impressive. Yeah, don't worry about the anatomy things. There are small things like some issues with the neck and shoulders and stuff like that, and musculature and line work and stuff. And we could talk about some of that if you wanted, but I don't think it's useful for the point of the study is to like worrying about the anatomy. Not super useful for this kind of like, it's not the intent is to fix your anatomy or whatever in this. That's just like technical critique that is fine sometimes, but isn't always like necessary. So I'm not getting into it. I think the study itself is beautiful. Bridgman. You don't think you're familiar with Bridgman? Oh, really? The Bridgman books on anatomy are, I think, the best source of drawing the human figure that we have in the modern world. Because Bridgman, the way I describe it, McBluff, is Bridgman's approach to, like, Bridgman was this guy in like the early 20th century that I think is the, okay, how do I word this? He is like the connection point to the classical, he's the modern connection point to the classical lineage of artistic training for anatomy. So you look at it at like, you look like Michelangelo and all like the Italian Renaissance and whatever and all this kind of shit, and then you look at like the Dutch masters, and then you look at like the you know, all the Medici artists, and you look at like the Academy de Beaux and whatever, and you wonder where all this skill set went. Well, the problem is when Impressionism and all this stuff happened, and photography and art became more abstract and blah, 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 like all this kind of stuff, we lost the classical in a great deal. We lost most of our connection to the classical, but there were a couple of thin like lines of like bloodlines of artists, you know, quote, bloodlines of artists, lineages of artists that pulled from that and can make it accessible in the modern day. And so I'd say like an artist like modern day James, or the YouTube like communicators of classical art style now, are sort of the next link in that. But a lot of that link, like of the Renaissance and resurgence of modern classical art that has happened in the last 20 years, is lacking a connection clearly to like Michelangelo, for instance. But Bridgman is sort of the link along that line. Bridgman's books are very affordable. They're available on Amazon. Like, this is only $15 Canadian, so like $10 US or whatever. And they're really influential for how a lot of modern artists who are like classically training to be good artists think about anatomy. And it's I think it's worthwhile for any artist who's trying to figure out how to do anatomy properly to look at Bridgman stuff. But the problem is that the one thing I will say it's difficult about it is that Bridgman did write this in like 1920 or some shit. So sometimes there's like wording of stuff that's kind of confusing because it's like slightly older like terminology and stuff where you're kind of like, you have to read it once or twice, you're like, what does he mean here? So I think that there are some YouTubers, if you want like the most recent link in that sort of lineage, you won't get all of it out, like the best, like you won't get the complete lesson out of it, but it's a good introduction to it. I know Modern Day James and a couple other YouTubers have done sort of dissecting Bridgman, deciphering Bridgman, whatever, like understanding Bridgman, whatever. And they sort of try and condense a lot of the lessons and try and translate a lot of that sort of early 1900s kind of language about art into something that's practical now. So I don't know, it's worthwhile. It's worth a study, I think. Every artist that wants to actually be good at this stuff, you know, like understanding how like constructive anatomy is like all that shit I'm talking about connective muscle and tissue and shit like that. Constructive anatomy. Read this book. It's amazing. I've recommended a couple people in stream who like are actually serious artists start with the Bridgman books, and I think some of the results have been pretty impressive from people pre and post Bridgman for their anatomy. It's like one of those like things where you jump to the next plateau. Gotta get your sub. Hell yeah. Congratulations. Welcome to the Dragon's Flame. You study anime, does that count? No, but it does make you better at gacha games. So, it does make you a better Honkai Star Rail player. Even cheaper on eBay? Yeah, I never actually checked for them on eBay, but it is weird to read. Like, I'll give you an example of weirdly worded Bridgman stuff. Let's crack open constructive anatomy, shall we? Let's crack it open. Let me see if I can find an example of like weird to read Bridgman stuff. I'll read a small excerpt from like one of the introductory things. Masses and movement of the body. The masses of the head, chest, and pelvis are unchanging. Whatever their surface form or marking, they are masses to be conceived as blocks. The conception of the figure must begin with the thought of these blocks in their relation to each other. They are to be thought of first as one thinks of the body as a wasp, with only one line connecting them or without reference at all to connecting portions. Ideally, in reference to gravitation, these blocks would be balanced symmetrically over each other, but rarely, in fact, and in action never, is this the case. In relation to each other, they are limited to the three possible planes of movement. That is, they may be bent forward and back in the sagittal plane, twisted in the horizontal plane, or tilted in the transverse plane. Almost invariably, in fact, all three movements are present to different degrees. So it's like a little tough, you know, but like all the examples and ways to remember when I was talking about like cell shading, like look at this kind of shit. Look at this kind of shit. So like I employ this with my rocks. Like I employ this kind of silhouette shadow shaping when I'm drawing rocks. Like look at this garbage right here. Same sort of idea of simplifying. That's the z-axis. Okay, thank you. I'm not smart enough to know that. So yeah, I don't know. Like it's some of the book is just like terminology and anatomy, which is like fun to quote out. You earn a lot of respect as an artist if you can quote anatomy. And then like the breaking it down into like larger muscle groups and stuff. This kind of stuff is super useful to study. And when I say like when you see Bridgman drawing the human torso, I think the connection to like the Michelangelo lineage of Italian Renaissance masters, like you can tell there is that connection there. There's that inspiration, there's that pedigree, that lineage, that line, whatever you want to call it. The way Bridgman sort of brought over the lost lessons of classical European drawing into North America. So yeah, I mean, give them a try, give them a whirl. They're good to study every once in a while. I think I heard an art director once say, look at this finger studies. I heard an art director once say that a responsible artist studies Bridgman's complete work every 5 years. They spend an entire week of their life studying Bridgman every 5 years. I thought that was funny. But I definitely need to. Because like look at the way it like breaks it down and stuff, you know? Like this is good shit, man. This is shit that will like advance you to the next plateau. And if you already advanced to a plateau from Bridgman, going back and studying Bridgman again can set you to the next plateau of your art, which is really cool. It's very, very rarely do we find a tool or a thing to study where it gives you a concrete boost. There's not too much reading. It's not like all of this is wordy nonsense like I just tried to read. It's like there's a couple of pages of this shit, and it's not unfortunate, but there are a couple of books in the Bridgman. I don't know how many there are. Probably like I think 6 or 8 or something like that. The Constructive Ear. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's good shit. I think you'd benefit from it. We'd all benefit from it. Ooh, this is a good one. Hold on. I was trying to find an example that looked more like when I was talking about cell shading and stuff, the Bridgman way of thinking about, okay, perfect. This is exactly what I was talking about when I was talking about how cell shading can make you better at anatomy. Because you understand forms and connecting them and whatnot and how light works. It forces you to understand how the muscles connect better when you look at this kind of like really quick arm study. So, I don't know. You're an amazing artist, McBluff. You don't need any of this to be better, but I know you always want to be better. So, I think it's a good way to study. Does that mean just seeing stuff and painting it? Trying to reproduce it and understand it and decipher it. Learning, like honestly, I was thinking about making a YouTube video about this. How to learn to study art. Because all these like fancy artists will always say like, oh, you have to like study this or do master studies or do color studies or do design studies or do anime studies. But what does that mean? A lot of people who haven't been through formal art education have no idea what that means. And so it's one of those things where it's like, you ask, if somebody says, oh, I'm a self-taught artist, I'll be like, oh, really? So do you do a lot of studies? And based on how they describe their studying process, I'll know if they're like a passable self-taught artist or if they needed art school, you know, because you have to learn how to properly study and develop your own skills. Art school will teach you that. You don't need art school to do that, but it does teach you how to do it. But I was thinking about making a video for people. There's a lot of homegrown self-taught artists in our Discord and stuff that I don't think know how to properly do studies. And I think it's one of those things that artists have like a survivorship bias for. You just know how to do it. So you just say you are passable token. Come on. They just say like, oh yeah, you just do your anatomy studies every day. And you're like a 19-year-old that doesn't want to go to art school, working at the fucking game store. You come home in the evenings and you study to be an artist because you want to be a commissioned artist one day. And you like, okay, so to be a good artist, all these big artists tell me I need to do anatomy studies every day. What does that mean? Do I just draw like danglies? Like what is anatomy study? And I think it'd be useful to make a YouTube video to talk about the process of that. But and working with charcoal forces you to use less for more. Yeah, charcoal is actually a great tool. I mean, I think you can get the same out of Conte that you can out of charcoal with less mess. And I really don't like mess. Like when I use charcoal, I'll wear gloves. I'm that fucking bitch. But I haven't used charcoal in years anyway. You're right about that though. Using different media can teach you different things about it. So definitely like there's something special and romantic and traditional and like historic about doing your anatomy studies with charcoal. I don't know. It is kind of fun. You get yourself a giant pad of newsprint and do your anatomy studies large and work from the elbow and not the wrist. That's like a traditional way you can do it if you want. Or you're thinking planes and not outlines. Yeah, I mean, so there's one thing about art, like I don't want to disparage people who like learn how to draw from anime or whatever. But one of the biggest things that I see that keeps artists back that are particularly in the anime line of like, that's why they want to make art so they can make anime. One of the things that keeps artists from a lot of their potential that anime doesn't do you any favors for is it teaches you to think in lines and not shapes and not planes and not light. And it's really interesting because I don't know how to communicate it that well. And I haven't heard many artists communicating it very well that are educators or YouTubers or whatever. But you'll never master anime unless you learn how to draw classically. Every artist that I've like encountered that is a master of an anime style, or sorry, not just anime, I'm not shitting on anime, comic books as well, and to a lesser extent cartooning and animation, they all know how to construct something out of light and not just draw outlines. It's very interesting. And I don't know how to convince people to actually try it, because like I don't want to develop a new skill set. I don't want to paint. I just want to draw hot anime booba girls. And you're like, sure. And the problem is they do, and they become passable at it, and they get 10,000 followers on Twitter, and they're like, oh, I'm good enough. And they never force themselves to grow more. And they never become the Sam Yang of anime, because Sam Yang, even though Sam Yang does bullshit anime, oversaturated, cartoony shit, and I mean this all affectionately, he knows how to fucking paint classically. People look at Miyazaki and they're like, oh my god, I want to do beautiful Studio Ghibli anime. And you're like, great, do it. Miyazaki knows how to classically paint and draw and whatever. It's just like, I don't know, man. I don't know how to get like a lot of artists to try and like invest in sort of the like things like the Bridgman style. Because they see Sam Yang's art, they see Genshin art, they see the anime art, and they're like, oh, I just want to learn to do that. I'm just going to only do that. They don't understand that what went into being able to do that really well was a deluge of learning other skill sets, other materials, other styles. And it's like, yeah, Guzwe and Wallop know how to paint. Exactly. They start from painting. They take painting to anime, not the other way around. So it's tough, man. It's really tough to figure out how to do that shit as an artist. There's no real good guides out there. Time put in is the biggest thing. Yeah, it's tough to find time. It's tough to find time and willpower to force yourself to do something you're terrible at, Alana. It's tough. Don't get me wrong. I sympathize with artists that don't want to do that shit. It is a test of your willpower to do something you're terrible at for a prolonged period of time without any reward. Because you have to understand, your brain is going to be trying to do everything it can and use every system to make you stop. And if you feel like you've ever had that, where you feel like, oh, I want to do this, but I try working for an hour and then I stop or I get distracted or whatever. It's like hard for me to do this or sit down and study. There's a really good book that I think is a lot of artists talk about sometimes. It's called the Art of, or the War of Art. It's about the idea of sort of resistance and how your brain works. And if you combine that with like a basic knowledge of how like neuroscience works and how the systems of your body will make you stop, like if your brain, I don't mean your mind, I mean your brain. If you're like subconscious, if you're like the back of your mind, whatever that governs that subconscious part that your conscious thoughts operate in front of, if that part of your mind thinks what you're doing is fucking stupid and not useful, it'll shut your ass down. It'll make you tired because it's a way we evolved. It's a survival thing. We selected to do that because you had two cavemen, and one caveman's like, I'm gonna climb that mountain and go hunt that goat, and then the other caveman's like, that mountain, man, I don't know, that looks like a lot. I'm tired. Like, I'm gonna go take a nap instead. To a certain extent, then that caveman goes down and fucking dies to exerts too much and doesn't get enough out of it. But the other caveman's like, I'm gonna go down the river valley, down the lesser treaded, like, or lesser difficult path and go. I know there's probably some goats down there or some shit or whatever you're fucking hunting. I don't know, man. Your brain tries to tell you to stop doing things that it doesn't believe is worth it. And so it's very hard to force yourself to do this kind of shit. And if you're not getting any results, man, you don't feel like you're getting better. You feel like you're worse again because your art's shit, even more so. You feel like a beginner. You're not getting any likes on Twitter. No one's paying you money to do this. No one's giving you encouragement in a way that means something to you. You give up. And it sucks. And I wish I could figure out a way to help artists get through that, because it kills careers, man. The amount of masters out there that died to resistance is a bloodshed, man. Especially in a modern day where we have so many other distractions to keep our mind. Because like in 1680, like what else are you gonna do? Die of syphilis? Like what else are you gonna do, man? You're gonna paint. Oh, I'm bad at painting. Okay, would you rather go do? Die of syphilis? Ah, okay, I'll paint. But today it's like your brain is just like, man, come on, man. You're really bad at this. It's not working. You're frustrated, bro. You're not going to get any likes for some Twitter. You can do it tomorrow, right? You're not going to get kicked out tomorrow. Just do it tomorrow. It's fine. It takes a long time to be an artist anyway. You don't have to start today. You know what you could do? You could start up League of Legends. You know, you're going to get that double kill. You're real good, man. And you're like, yeah, brain, I am real good at League of Legends. I'm going to play some fucking League of Legends, bro. And then that's how artists die. That's where your career goes. That's it. You're done. You're dead. You are officially cooked. It's over for you. Right? I had this happen. I had this I'm talking from experience. I'll tell you what my brain told me. My brain told me, come on, man. You were never good enough. You didn't get into your art school. You got accepted on the wait list. You've always been bad. You've tried your hardest to figure out how to be a great painter, but you never got the instruction you needed at school. Your peers hated you. You dealt with like a lot of unfair issues, medical problems in art school, family problems, whatever. You didn't get a good education. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. You tried and you failed. But man, you are the best World of Warcraft player of anyone you know, man. Evan, you put your mind to it. You are the best fucking World of Warcraft player you know. Bro, that new mount, think about it. Imagine you're going to go get that mount from that raid. You're going to be the baddest ass motherfucker on the server. You look so good on that mount. All you have to do is take all 10 of your characters and take them into Icecrown Citadel and do the 20-minute run. And in 3 hours, you'll have a 10% chance of getting invincible. Let's fucking go, bro. And I let my art career die. And I languished in that for years. And it wasn't just that. It's more complicated, obviously. But, you know, resistance is more than just the... I'm just saying how it's harder today than it was then for us to focus, because there's so many other ways we can get gratification. It's like, why would you want to go to the gym and lose all that weight and eat healthy and get a good job and do whatever else and blah, 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 all these things just to find a girlfriend, bro, there's always Genshin. The waifus never say no, man. The waifus, they're there for you, bro. They're not going to judge you. And so you don't do it. You earn your glory in a video game, whatever that glory is. You earn your glory in something that doesn't matter to you long term. Obviously resistance is more than that, but that's a component. It's one added challenge level we have today that they didn't have 50 years ago. Is all the super delicious junk food of the brain that your mind is going to tell you you'd rather be doing than fucking studying Bridgman for 10 hours. And I wish that I could condense that into a lesson, but the problem is I feel like a lot of people need to learn it the hard way. I need to learn it the hard way. You know, call me a lot Chad for a reason. That's why you go. Yeah, come on, man. That's why you did it. I have ADHD brain though. I'm not interested if it doesn't happen. Like, true. You are the best World of Warcraft player. I am, and I should go play it right now. No. Your brain, I don't know why you're so focused on a six-pack even more. Having keg is better. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons why artists don't make it. And I wish that artists had more faith in themselves and more faith in the process and more patience. And, you know, losing weight gave me a real big insight into my mind as well. And how it worked and how it's vulnerable. I think it's interesting. It's terrifying when you realize how dangerous the world is for us now, for our mind. Social media, TikTok. That's why I like streaming, because streaming's long form. We just chill and we hang out, we do stuff. It doesn't destroy your brain to watch a stream. I love putting fucking live streams on and watching them for 6 hours. But there's so many things that damage the vulnerable brain, which you guys might not be. It might be a problem for you. It is a problem for me. I got a real vulnerable brain. I think when you think you don't, that's when you're the most at risk. But I know I do. I know that I can be convinced to go watch a TV show or play a video game or invest my time in something that doesn't matter. Which I don't think that it's a good thing to just swear them off. Go play your game of League of Legends, bro. Go claim your glory in World of Warcraft. Go get your waifu in Genshin, whatever it is. But for me, I didn't monitor that well enough. And in my sadness, I fell into that too hard. So trying to get people to do stuff like, if you're an artist, go study the thing you don't want to study. Man, how do you do that? It's so tough. I sympathize so much, but I guess you just gotta be aware of the challenges. I don't know, man. I don't know. This is cool. Scientists have discovered a new type of white blood cell that functions fundamentally different than known types. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Good for scientists. W science. Anyway, people don't like when I start talking about that kind of shit, usually. So I'm sorry I ranted a little bit about the process of becoming a better artist. I know a lot of people get kind of like, it's like preachy maybe, or annoying or whatever when I talk about it. And I try not to be. I just try and be honest about it and give my perspective on it. I think you gotta take care of yourself, you know? Like I said, just the last thing I'll say about this is, like, in my brain, I recognized I didn't start losing weight until I realized how monkey brain I was. I didn't start losing weight until I realized how trained my brain was to eat unhealthy food. You know? Because, like, soda brands and candy bar brands, they don't care if you die early. They care if you keep eating their candy and drinking their sodas. You know? And so I didn't realize just how bad my habits were and how badly I was attached to it. And I still am. I still stress eat, bro. I will still have this. I'll get super hungry when I'm stressed. There's two phenotypes when you're stressed. You either get stressed and you don't want to eat, or you get stressed and you do want to eat. It's like for that specific thing. There's like two phenotypes for it. And I realize that's true for me, for my brain as well, for work. You know, one of the ways that, like, salad's so delicious if you don't remember what pizza tastes like. Not to say you shouldn't eat pizza, but you know what I mean, right? Like, a fruit doesn't taste delicious if you're used to eating candy. But if you stop eating candy, you can make it through that battle. Fruit tastes fucking incredible. And your brain's sort of the same way. Your brain's like, League of Legends is super fun. It's dopamine. Let's go. Let's fucking get it. You know? TikTok is super engaging. All this stuff is super engaging. Reading a book and making art and working on your fucking anatomy fucking sucks. But if you understand that your brain is trained on those things and you want to like untrain it, and again, this doesn't apply to everyone. I'm just giving you my sort of lessons I learned for myself. I'm using rhetorical you. You let your brain get attached to these things, attached to the reward of a new mount, a new thing, a new prestige, a title, an achievement in a video game. And suddenly your brain stops trying to pursue it where it's more difficult. And then one day you realize that you're the best World of Warcraft player you know, and you have an absolutely gig-addict account on World of Warcraft, but you don't know how to paint the way you want to. And you're like, oh, I'm gonna start streaming art. I'm gonna start streaming art and force myself to work every day. And I didn't figure that out until I was 30. But I had a tough 20s, so I try and be generous with myself. You know, not everyone had the kind of medical or whatever issues that I did. And I try and be kind to myself, but still, I'm glad I learned the lesson earlier than later. And I wish that there was a lot of artists that could understand that, like, the statement, I have trouble sitting down and doing this type of study, we should approach the same way we approach medical things. When someone says, I'm having trouble losing weight, it's like, you ask, are you sleeping well? Are you stressed? How are you eating? Whatever. When it comes to like art, it's like, I'm having trouble doing like building these skills. We don't ask other questions. We just say, try harder. You know, there's no other thing you can do to take care of yourself. There's no starting point. So anyway, if you're making art, I love you. And I hope you have the best luck doing art. But that's all the stream for today, I think. It's a good little way to end it. You know, so go eat your veggies. Yeah, fuck yeah. It's tough. Beginning of the year, I was totally in the headspace of taking an easier route. Just in general, switching that kind of thing is so hard, but definitely worth it in the long run. It is. It is. There's actually last little like 30-second thing. There's actually a part of your brain that is responsible for your. It's called your anterior mid-cingulate cortex. It's part of your amygdala, which is your fight or flight thing. It actually grows. It's responsible for your ability to do things you don't want to do. It's like willpower, and it actually grows when you do things you don't want to do. So when you force yourself to sit down and study for 10 minutes, and you force yourself to go to the gym that morning, you will make it easier for you to control your brain later on. Everything matters. Making the right choices, doing the hard thing because it's worth it. It's not abstract. It's literal. It works. So. But what do I know? I'm a scuffed artist. Don't listen to me. Go play some video games. Have fun. Live your life. I will take myself to my work after I take my little walk outside. So I will catch you guys later. I'll see y'all tomorrow. And tomorrow's not Thursday. Is it? No, tomorrow is Thursday. Tomorrow's not Friday. Requests on Friday coming back. I don't know what we're going to do for new characters. We might do characters on Friday. Might be fucking cool. I'll see tomorrow. We might post a thing on Twitter tomorrow morning for requests for characters. We might do that and have fun and make cool things. We might also do locations on Friday because I'm really fucking good at locations now. Now I've been feeling it. I've been feeling energized for drawing locations. So we might do that. I don't know. But regardless of what you're doing, I believe in you. I believe in everybody. I believe we're all gonna make it if we try. So have a great one. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. And until next time, my friends, farewell.